Tātou, e hui hui mai nei, mōrena, and welcome yet again to another Finance and Performance Committee meeting. I will start with apologies, and we have two apologies for lateness. We have Councillor Fletcher, who is at a funeral, which I must admit I'd be at too if I wasn't here. And we have another apology for lateness from Councillor Newman, who has broken a tooth and has to dash off to the dentist, so he'll be here in about half an hour. We also have an apology for absence from IMSB member Blair, whose mother's sister passed away unexpectedly last night, and I'm sure you will all join with me in sending condolences to member Blair on that sad news. So there, I have those as the only apologies I have. Any other apologies? I'll move those apologies. Do I have a seconder, Deputy Chair? Thank you. All those in favour say aye. Against, carried. We have a request for attendance today by electronic link from Councillor Collins, who has a cold. Councillor Collins, are you with us?
Kia ora, Chair. Yes, I am.
Morena, and thank you. Welcome. I have to move that acceptance of that attendance. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Mulholland. Thank you very much. All those in favour say aye. Against, carried. Declarations of interest. No declarations of interest. No petitions. This is an extraordinary meeting, so there is no public input, no local board input. I think we've had local board input quite a lot lately. No extraordinary items. So now we move straight to item 7, and I welcome Kylie and Warren, who will just take us through the process so far. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kia ora i te whānau, and welcome to the final phase of the recovery budget, which is our 10-year budget, 2021 to 2031, or if you prefer the legal terminology, the long-term plan. Today we have 7 reports that require your decision in order to prepare the documentation for adoption in late June. The overview report provides a summary of the process from when we kicked off in late August last year through to when we seek adoption on the 29th of June. Including today's meeting, a total of just over 150 of political workshop and meeting time has been held. Between September and December last year, we held numerous workshops covering not only our key issues such as climate, housing and growth and community investment, but we also took you through each of the Council's activities such as economic and cultural development and environmental management and regulation. In December, this committee agreed to the consultation items, which allowed staff to create a consultation document and supporting information, which was reviewed by Audit New Zealand and adopted on the 18th of February. Public consultation ran from the 22nd of February through to the 22nd of March, during which time changing COVID alert levels meant our engagement team and local boards who supported the feedback events needed to flex and change up planned events where necessary. We received just shy of 20,000 pieces of feedback. I do need to point out a minor error referring to paragraph 55 of the report. This text was actually taken from last year's emergency budget results. An amended text should read, Auckland Council received 18 submissions from Mata Waka, 13 written and 5 via the Have Your Say online process. This text will be added to the minutes of this meeting. We also commissioned Colmar Brunton to run an independent and demographically spread survey to gather feedback from Aucklanders. This feedback was presented to you on the 21st of April, and the final feedback reports are attached to this report and can be found on our website at ak.haveyoursay/recovery budget, along with all submissions. Following consultation, we ran another set of political workshops which focused on the key issues we consulted on and provided you with any updated or new information for consideration. CCOs were part of the process and attended workshops where relevant topics were being discussed. Local board chairs were part of the Team Auckland journey. They were invited to most finance and performance workshops, and summary videos or presentations were shared with local board members to keep them informed as we move through each stage. The recent review of the Auckland Transport Alignment Project has led proposed changes in the Regional Land Transport Plan, which has required a proposal to vary the regional fuel tax, or RFT for short. This created a second consultation which ran between the 29th of March and the 2nd of May. Feedback for this consultation and the finalised scheme will flow through the Regional Transport Committee, Planning Committee and Governing Body. The agreed changes will then be incorporated into the final recovery budget. A formal proposal to vary the RFT scheme will be prepared and submitted to the relevant ministers for approval and enactment through an order in council in support of the Regional Land Transport Plan. The Tupuna Maunga Authority and Auckland Council must agree the Tupuna Maunga Authority operational plan and a summary of the operational plan every year. The operational plan sets out how Council will carry out its routine management. There is no proposed change to the 21-22 budget, and on the 31st of May, the Tupuna Maunga Authority will consider approving the operational plan and the summary. And this will be included in the recovery budget, and then final adoption will be sought from the governing body on the 29th of June. Following today, staff will produce the recovery budget documentation, and this will be split into 3 volumes. These will be reviewed by Audit New Zealand, and we'll also report through to the Audit and Risk Committee on the 22nd of June, who play an oversight role for risks and mitigations throughout the process. We will present these documents to you at a workshop on the 23rd of June, ahead of a Finance and Performance and Governing Body meeting seeking formal adoption on the 29th of June. Kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you. I will open for questions. There shouldn't be any, but you never know. Councillor Coon.
Tēnā koe, Madam Chair, ata marie, tēnā korua. Thank you so much for the report. My system is just running very slow, so I can't do a word search, but we received very rich and insightful feedback from the advisory panels, and I just can't find a summary of their feedback, and I just wondered where that has ended up in the reporting.
Through the chair, the summary report is the public report. The summary on the panels will be housed elsewhere. I'm not quite sure exactly where they are, but this is the public-facing report.
Right, but I would have thought that that informs our decision making, so we would want the public to know what we received from those advisory panels, which is very representative of views across the community.
Through the chair, the advisory panels, when they presented on the 21st of April, all of their information should be available on Nexus to view their feedback.
Okay, thanks. Maybe for next time we could make a note of ensuring that there's a public summary, because I would just like to say, I mean, I do think the breadth of the feedback and the way that it's been analysed is a huge improvement on previous years, and it's really good to see how we're trying to seek a range of views across the community, but that was kind of like a real additional part of it that I don't think we should lose in terms of what the public knows that we are taking into consideration. But that's just maybe for next time.
I suppose the good news is that you know for your decision making, and then how we communicate that out. We can look into that with a bit more detail, but thank you for that. Any other questions? Alf, did you have your hand up? No. All right? Okay, thank you. I would just like to thank you very much then for what you have done. You've had a really thorough process, so I really appreciate that. You've been in front of us a lot over the last few weeks, and I really appreciate, as I said, all your work and your teams behind you and what you've done. Thank you very, very much. I'd like to move the recommendation with a seconder from the Deputy. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against, carried. Thank you. Right, item 8 is the local board feedback and advocacy, and I welcome up Louise Mason and Samantha from Local Board Services. Welcome to you both.
Morena, and thank you, Madam Chair. So the report today outlines the local board input into the 10-year budget, including the advocacy for projects and issues important to their local communities. Local boards have previously presented to governing body, so this has been fairly well traversed. But to summarise, there's general support for the proposed overall investment package and the proposed general rates increases. Samantha and I are happy to answer any questions on the detail of the report, and thank you.
Again, I think we have covered questions, but David, you were maybe at this session, so a question from you.
Kia ora, Madam Chair, ka nui te me, kia korua. Just on page 175, paragraph 56, where local boards note the value of the relationship with mana whena and request involvement of the budget allocation of Māori Outcomes Fund. Tell me where that's going, if anywhere.
I think the main point, thank you for the question, the main point there I think is that local boards have expressed their desire really to be involved in the budget allocation of the Māori Outcomes Fund, and also acknowledged and wanted to support the relationship with mana whenua.
I just raise it, Madam Chair, because I have a concern with that in terms of, I've seen where the relationship agreements got, and what I wouldn't like to see is one local board deciding over another local board about specific projects, and then they're all becoming stopped and held up. So my preference is to remain with where we are. So just the fact that it's raised in this report, I thought I'd respond. Thanks.
Thank you, and we'll note that.
Thank you, Member Taipuri. Councillor Hills.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to you and the team for all the local board feedback in quite a succinct way. Just on the so we obviously have their high-level feedback, easy to decipher and know where that's going, but will we get any report back, like the local boards get individually, on how their other requests are dealt with? So whether it's a renewal or a project they want to bring forward, or a different way of doing different budgets, will we get that sort of information, or is that largely just for the individual local board that asked?
There is feedback being given to individual local boards on the specific details for them. I think we can look at whether that is also shared with ward councillors, but I'll follow up on that point.
As mentioned in the workshop, each local board will get a response to their advocacy, and it will be copied in. The ward councillors for the local board will be copied in. All right?
Okay,
and that's coming within 2 to 3 weeks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess just more generally, because of our regional scope, it's good to sort of know where all the puzzle pieces fit across the local boards. Not everyone will want to read that, but it's good if we could have access to the feedback for all.
It will be available. Louise and Samantha, I just want to say a huge thank you. Team Auckland really came into play yet again over this process, and I want to thank each and every local board for their willingness to engage with us, their willingness to take my calls in the weekends and at night when we're trying to juggle a whole lot of stuff. They've been absolutely outstanding. So please, I think on behalf of us all, say a real big thank you to the local boards for their involvement and input through a very long process.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I know that the local boards have also appreciated the opportunity to be closely involved in the process as well, so thank you.
Kia ora, thank you. Well, no further comment? You sure? A second, right, yep. I will move, and it will be seconded by Councillor Dalton then to consider the feedback. We don't thank them, we should consider the feedback as part of our LTP decision. But I just want to add thanks as well. It's moved and seconded. All those in favour say aye. Comment, Councillor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it's just a brief comment. Just want to highlight the new way of doing things, which started really in the emergency budget last year. That's been really well done, and lots of the feedback from local boards has been very thankful of being kind of around the table the whole time and understanding the whole of the budget, not just their piece of it. So I think it's a really good way of working, and it shouldn't be just for emergencies and recoveries. I hope it's an ongoing thing to really have that co-governance.
If I have my way, it will be.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, any further comments or questions? Councillor Cooper, you're putting your hand up, aren't you? Yes, thank you.
Just so that we can actually look at, is Nexus actually working properly? Because just getting the first page of everything and nothing else.
I'll just get someone to have a look at that for you. Sorry. Thanks, Councillor, for letting us know. Right. Item 8, it's been moved and seconded, thinking and acknowledging that local board feedback. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Well, that brings us quite promptly to the star attraction of the today, the mayoral proposal, and I will hand over to His Worship the Mayor to open and take us through his mayoral proposal.
Kia ora, tēnei te mihi nui kia koutou, talofa lava, ni hao, and greetings to everybody as we enter this last phase of a process that began 6 months ago. Nobody can say that the process that we follow for putting together our 10-year budget is anything other than thorough. I want to begin with a number of thank yous. Firstly, to everyone around this table. What you have done over the last 6 months is approached a task that was incredibly challenging this year because of COVID in a professional and a collegial way. And I've been really impressed with how we've arrived at the decisions that we have. It's called the mayoral proposal, which it is, and I take responsibility for it, but it's actually something that reflects the input of a great many people to get it to the point that we have today. I thank councillors. I also thank local board chairs in particular. And it's noteworthy that local boards overwhelmingly have endorsed the key features of this proposal. 20 out of 21 endorsed it. And that's a big achievement. And the reason that they endorsed it was that they aren't being presented with a fait accompli, but they have been involved in the process at each step of the way. They've had input, they've learned information that makes them comprehend quite clearly what our options were and why we've chosen the options that we have. I want to acknowledge the Independent Maori Statutory Board, David, and for the input from your sector into this that ensures that we connect with the Maori community. And of course, I want to thank staff. Last but certainly not least, staff have put hours and hours into this process. As usual, they have performed competently and professionally. They have presented us with options and they've acknowledged that it's our role to choose between those options. I'm not going to begin by naming staff, but I would include the finance team and the governance team and others that have contributed to getting to a point where we have a budget that I believe that we can be proud of. And I want to thank you, Madam Chair, and your Deputy Shane Henderson, because I think the way in which you have chaired this meeting and with the support of Councillor Henderson has helped us to achieve a consensual approach to the decisions that we have made. Consensus doesn't mean that everybody will agree on everything, but it means that we work at every point to carry the majority of people with us as we make the challenging decisions that we've had to make. It was mentioned in an earlier paper that we've workshopped this for 150 hours. That's a considerable amount of time, effort and energy. The second point that I'd like to make is that for the next 3 years, the 10-year budget is effectively a continuation of the emergency budget that we determined last year. That makes us incredibly challenging. In normal circumstances, we would have had $750 million more to spend in this budget. $750 million more. Fortunately, because the economy has recovered more quickly than we anticipated, the original $1 billion loss has reduced to $750 million. That is still a substantial sum, and each one of us around this table could have thought of fantastic projects to implement had that spending been available to us. We could, of course, with that dramatic loss of income, have responded in a time-honoured way of austerity measures, slashing the services we provide, cutting back the infrastructure budget that is so necessary for this city. And we've chosen not to do that. We've chosen not to do it because our priorities are, first of all, in maintaining the key services that the people of this city rely on this council to deliver. And we've chosen not to slash our infrastructure spend. You know, if we'd chosen that path, we would have had to have stopped projects and delayed projects. And that would have, the cost of doing that in itself would have run into hundreds of millions of dollars, and we would have lost an estimated $200 million in subsidies from central government agencies. Instead of doing that, we've actually done the reverse and said what we can do in this budget is that we can assist the recovery of this country from the COVID-19 recession and crisis. And that's exactly what we're doing in this budget. We have worked to exercise prudent fiscal management. That's always critical. That's our critical responsibility. But we have also chosen not to impose unreasonable burdens on our ratepayers, particularly those who are the most vulnerable. Despite all of the challenges that everyone is aware of around here, I think we've ended up with a budget that works for our city and that we can be properly proud of. Billions of dollars more will be invested over this 10 years in vital environmental and water infrastructure, transport, parks and community facilities. In fact, in this budget, despite the COVID crisis, we've invested the largest sum ever by this council into transport, housing and environment infrastructure. $31.8 billion. That's not only a 21% increase on the $26 billion that we determined 3 years ago in this process, but it's also an increase of $400 million on the draft budget that we took out to consultation. $4 billion of that has gone into water, wastewater and stormwater. They are predominantly the responsibility of the council and water care, and they are not something that we get massively funded by central government to deliver. We put $900 million more into parks and community facilities. We put $600 million more into transport. And I've got to say, in case you were misled this morning in the newspaper, that's not the only sum of money we're spending on transport. Everybody around this table knows that we invested $31 billion into ATAP, which was partly an investment by this council and also an investment by central government. That ATAP budget was also the largest ever invested into transport networks. Much of the funding that I'm talking about goes into growth because we're the city in this country that's had the fastest growth levels, and we're likely to pick up 40–50% of the growth over the next 10 years of the entire country. But we've also made a major increase in investing in maintaining and renewing our assets. It's obviously a critical responsibility that we have to prevent asset failure and to keep our infrastructure in a fit state to deliver to our people. Maintenance and renewal work funding is up 50% compared to the previous LTP, a 50% increase and 75% more than the LTP before that one. About 38% of our capital budget goes into renewals. It's not the sort of stuff that attracts a lot of attention, unless, of course, your infrastructure starts to fail. And who hasn't watched the plight of Wellington and felt for Wellington as its wastewater, its stormwater and its freshwater pipes have exploded in the streets because they are long past the need for renewal. We are not going to allow that to happen in our city. A big change in this final Mayoral proposal, in fact the only significant extra capital investment, is to put another $182 million more into regional venues run by Auckland Unlimited. And that is to maintain and upgrade amenities like stadiums, the zoo and the art gallery. I said before this was a recovery budget. So what was important is maintaining the investments we were planning to make and supporting jobs and businesses over the next 3 years when COVID will continue to have an impact on our economy and on our income. Consequently, we've brought forward spending of $900 million that, if deferred, would have effectively stopped key projects, as I mentioned before. The question arises, how do we fund this budget? It's not some closely kept secret. We went out to consultation on it for over 6 weeks, and there has been massive publicity around it. Firstly, the proposal in this budget is to lock in $90 million a year in savings from cost efficiencies, having effectively saved, and we passed the milestone of a saving of $120 million in the current financial year. I don't want to pretend this is easy. It's come by making our organisation a leaner organisation. That's put pressure on some people. It's meant really searching out and bringing forward the value for money programs we were already operating. But what we needed to do was to tell Aucklanders that before we came to them to ask them for more money, we were doing what we could to get better value for the money they already provided us. Secondly, by selling surplus properties and assets, we've been able to rechannel the funds gained into the assets that are critical for the future of this city. And we'll continue to raise $70 million a year in order to continue doing this. Again, it hasn't been easy, but I want to thank councillors for their cooperation in making those hard decisions. Thirdly, we've increased our prudential borrowing limit to allow an increase in our debt to revenue ratio from 270 to 290%, a change that our credit rating agencies have been consulted on and are comfortable with. You'll see on the current plans in the Mayoral proposal, we only go to 274% of that debt to revenue ratio. There's a clear reason for that. We don't know what the future holds. In recent weeks, we've seen Singapore and Taiwan both go into lockdowns. The two countries generally regarded as having been the most successful in containing the spread, the community spread of COVID-19. We need that leeway to deal with future unanticipated shocks. We need to maintain a buffer. Borrowing, of course, isn't cost-free. We need to service the interest costs of the debt out of OPEX. They're cheap at the moment, but interest rates that we're facing are already starting to trend up. And when we spend more on building up our assets, there's the depreciation and the operating costs on those assets. Fourthly, we could have chosen what might have seemed an easy option of simply deferring depreciation for a few more years. That would have saved a lot of the money that we are putting in to maintaining the target of full depreciation of our assets by 2028. We now have $55 billion worth of assets, and we were not prepared to push out the full depreciation funding of those assets any further. The problems that we face around this table today, such as the rising cost of community facilities renewals, are in part because past councils did not cater for depreciation. They did not invest in renewals when they were required. Fifthly, to fund this budget package, we are proposing to lift rates by 5% this year, and this is largely to respond to the extraordinary loss of income from non-rates revenue, and then return to 3.5% in subsequent years. We're conscious that for some, this could add to the financial pressures they already face. With that in mind, and particularly in the environment post-COVID, we put aside in the emergency budget $50 million to allow for deferral of rates. It's really heartening that only $6 million of that fund has been drawn down, indicating that people, perhaps because the economy has been better than we feared that it might be, are coping. The impact of the 5% over the normal 3.5% increase on the average property in Auckland, which is valued at about $1 million, is an extra $38 a year. $38 a year, bringing the total increase in rates on the average property next year to $147 for the year, slightly under $3 a week. Some believe that we've gone too far on rates. Others believe we haven't gone far enough. And that's, I guess, always the response that we're going to get when we exercise our discretion in this area. But I believe that we have found the right middle ground that doesn't overburden the ratepayer, but ensures that progress can continue to be made. And the Colmar-Brunton poll backs that up. I refer to the Colmar-Brunton poll because I think that best reflects the overall public opinion, because it is conducted independently and sets out in a determined way to ensure that it reflects the demographic structure of our city in age, in gender and in ethnicity. In that survey, 46% supported our budget proposal and 37% opposed. Again, there's been some comment that's not overwhelming. I've got to say that most governments, with the exception of the current government, were elected on a margin less than that reflects. We have got the middle ground of support, and that is reflected in the comments that we've received back in the discussions that we've had across the community. I've focused pretty much so far on COVID-19 because that's the immediate crisis that we all face. But the longer term crisis, no less important, is global warming. We've increased our budget over business as usual in addressing climate change by $152 million. With this budget, we can cease purchasing diesel buses immediately after this budget is put through, and all new buses thereafter that are purchased will be electric or hydrogen. With government support, we believe that we can achieve the target of 50% of our fleet being non-carbon emitting by 2030. Millions more trees will be planted as carbon sinks and for all the other reasons that we plant trees, and the Council is continuing to reduce its own carbon footprint. There is really good public support for Council action on climate change. We need to take further major steps next year, and I believe that the public will support us if we do that. On a much smaller scale, there have been other additions to the budget. One of the more important is 200 million more will go into OPEX for public transport, funded by 5 million a year from Council and 5 million by Auckland Transport, and matching Waka Kotahi subsidies of 10 million a year. Among the smaller changes are to lock in the $2 million a year for CABs as proposed by the PACE committee, and we're also funding not only that for 3 years, but funding 2 other smaller projects, the Mangere Mountain Education Trust at just under $300,000 a year, and the Hibiscus Coast Youth Centre at $100,000 a year, allowing transition to alternative funding. All 3 of those proposals are supported by officials. So, Madam Chair, I commend the budget to you and to all of our councillors here today. It has been a tough process. I doubt that any council has faced the loss of income that we have in the last year. We all know what could have been done with the money that suddenly wasn't available to us, but that was something outside of our control. I believe this is a budget that will do great things for our city, and it will protect the key services and the investment in infrastructure the city needs. I believe also that it does find balance, and I believe that it will have broad support from the community. Thank you all once again for your work and your commitment in getting us to this point. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just so you understand how this will go, you're going to move your...
I will move formally and ask you to second, Madam Chair.
Second that. We will do questions if there are any, and then go to comments. The Mayor has a right of reply, and then we go to the vote. I'll just get the team to scroll slowly up screen by screen for you to see the amendments, which you will have on Nexus, if you can't see them on the screen. Right, any questions for the Mayor? Councillor Casey.
Could the Mayor just talk about the scoping work on trees, please? It's been an issue in my ward.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Casey, for drawing that to my attention. I think that all of us have a concern that we are losing a lot of our notable trees because they're on private property, and we don't have control in protecting, and we're not just protecting any tree, we would like to protect what are notable and significant trees in our community. We have, of course, pushed the government hard on this. The reason that we have a problem was back in 2013, the changes to the Resource Management Act stripped away protection for that tree, for those trees. We have also looked at how we could schedule further trees, and that comes at a cost. But I think it's something that we have to examine, and we have to examine all options of what more we can do. I've consequently included in the recommendations, just trying to find out where, that over the next year we undertake a scoping exercise to examine how we can get the best value for money. Up on the screen now, if you can read that, to make sure that whatever investment we put into this produces the best bang for the buck in ensuring the survival of notable trees. What I'd like from the government is a definition based on age, the nature of the tree, the girth of the tree, so that we could have a blanket coverage that meant that we didn't have to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars pushing to get just a handful of trees put on our schedule. I think this exercise will help us towards that end, and I think it's important that we do so. We are planting more trees. Equally, we need to preserve the best trees that we have at the moment, because some of those trees take literally hundreds of years to grow.
Supplementary, Madam Chair. Does that mean that after the scoping work, if there's budget implications, it will go into the annual plan next year?
That is correct.
Yeah, that's what our intention is.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, question for the Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr Mayor, you did mention in your address just now around the business differential on the rating and how that's been affected by this recovery budget.
Yeah, it was determined by Council probably 6 or 8 years ago, before I was on the Council, that the differential for business rating over the cost charged to businesses over residences could not be justified in terms of services provided. It is, I think, a 30-year program of bringing that into balance, and we have not interfered with that process. So there will continue to be a diminishing differential that will lower business rates in relation to residential rates to a point, I'm just trying to remember what it is. It's yeah, it's about 27%, I think, of the rates will come from businesses.
Right, thank you. Councillor Henderson.
Thank you, Chair. Just in line with concerns within specific wards, one of the concerns of my ward is A4. I'm wondering if you could just talk a little bit more about the flexible approach to community facilities.
Yeah, as I touched on in my introductory comments, because there hasn't been 100% depreciation and because there hasn't been timely renewal of assets, we face a very large bill in relation to upgrading our community facilities. There's something like 800 or 900 million that goes into this budget to deal with that problem, but it's still not enough. What we went out to consult on was a different way of managing our community facilities, and there's a range of different things that will be done. The example that I typically use is the opening that I attended together with Councillors Dalton and Newman and the Deputy Mayor, the Takanini Community Centre and Library. Beautiful facility. If we'd waited till we had the capital to build it, we'd probably still be waiting. So what we've done is leased a facility for 25 years. We still meet fit-out costs of about $2.9 million, but the facilities are fantastic and they're available right now. And I think that we're going to have to look at that as an option. We're going to have to look at how we can make facilities like the library at Westgate and the library at Takanini multi-use facilities, so you don't have community facilities and a library, so you're getting better bang for the buck there. We're going to have a look at how we provide digital services, where there's a growing demand for digital services rather than services on the ground. All of those things will be worked through over the next 3 years. We consulted on it, and 56% of the population broadly agreed that this was the right approach to take. The devil will be in the detail, and there'll be some hard decisions to make in the future, but we can't ignore the problem. It's real, it exists, and at the moment, we probably don't have the huge capital sum needed to just continue in the way that we were continuing.
Right, thank you. Councillor Hills.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'd like to speak to the main point at the end as well. Thank you, Mayor. The two questions I have, one, and I know I've asked it 14,000 times, is on the debt, and I just want to clarify. My position is I think we should be driving as much home now, especially in the renewal space, because we have to do it at some point, and interest rates are the lowest they potentially will ever be. So I guess try and convince me again on why we shouldn't be having any more debt, and I kind of know the answers. And the other question is around, you didn't really expand as much as you probably could have on the climate and how we've come to the package, and maybe also where you kind of looking to go after this budget.
Thank you. In debt, debt often looks like an easy way of dealing with your problems. If we all felt that that was an easy way of dealing with the problems, we'd probably all enter personally into much more debt than we do. The problem with debt, of course, is that it needs to be serviced. Interest rates are really low at the moment, but they won't stay that low. And when we buy facilities, we construct assets with that debt, then there's the cost of operating that debt and operating that facility, and there's the depreciation on it. So the costs of debt are very real. It is, however, justifiable to borrow, not to pay for your operating costs, but to pay for facilities that are long-lived facilities. So they'll last over generations. Things like the Albany pool that we opened last term. Really big facility, very expensive, but that'll be there and operating for 30, 40 years at least. And so it is responsible to borrow to meet your capital requirements. We work to the advice that we get from credit rating agencies as to whether the level of debt we have is prudent. We negotiated with those credit rating agencies to determine that we could lift the debt to revenue ratio to 290%. We have not fully exercised that borrowing power because we don't know what's around the corner. And if we fully exercised the 290% and then we were suddenly thrown into a lockdown and we faced another massive loss of income, we'd have nowhere to go. And I want to have that leeway. It's prudent to have that freeboard, if you like, if I use a slightly different analogy, to make sure that we can deal with future shocks that we might not have anticipated. On climate change, you'll be aware, because I've had discussions with you, that while we've invested a significant amount into climate change, both in the previous long-term plan and more so in this budget, it's not enough to do all the things that we want to do. I would like to do more. The COVID-19 crisis has put off probably taking some of the measures that could usefully have been spent in this area. When we tested it both on submissions and on Colmar Brunton, 2-to-1, people believe that we should be doing more on climate change, and I believe that that needs to be at the top of our priorities when we address the annual budget in the coming year. A long-term budget is an important budget, but that gets tweaked every year when we put together an annual budget. And if we do slightly better than probably what we originally anticipated, and I believe that we will, I think we can make and need to make a bigger investment in that, and we would be consulting with the public in the next the next annual budget about the level of commitment they would like to see this city make. We are not, of course, carrying climate change on our own. The major levers are held by central government, and we'll continue to work with central government on a whole lot of other things. In the meantime, the key things that we're doing are things like a compact urban design for our city, mode change for our transport. Those are the things that we can activate to deal with one of the most important areas of carbon emissions, which is our transport system. I do want to see how we're going to go with the incentivisation of the purchase of electric cars, and we'll be continuing to work closely with the government on that. That will make a major change.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Sayers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr Mayor, I just want to ask you a question around the Commonwealth-Brunton poll that you mentioned in your introduction there, and because it certainly has been mentioned in a number of the press releases from your office. I was also interested in your comment around the margin that you saw in there, which is about 9% difference in support through that poll. Yet we also had the public feedback that came back as well, which showed 19% of Aucklanders not favouring the proposal. So my question really is, what weighting does the Mayor put on that public feedback? And do we bother with public feedback if we're just going to use polls because they seem to be favourable for our proposals?
We're certainly going to maintain our consultation process and heed that consultation process. That's a statutory requirement on us, and it's also the right thing to do. But as you're aware, that the loudest voices aren't the only voices. And I know the 19% you talk about relies almost entirely on pro forma submissions, that is, submissions done in bulk by one particular organisation, which is the Ratepayers Alliance. They're entitled to do that, and good luck to them. But we're obliged to look at what the whole of our community thinks, not just the loudest voices in the community. If you took away the pro forma submissions, the submissions were reasonably balanced, 42-43. And again, that reflects the people that are more activist and who have taken the time to draw up a submission. Why we did Commonwealth-Brunton was we wanted to know what the overall view across Auckland was, including all ages, all ethnicities, both genders, and the Commonwealth-Brunton poll was conducted independently by an organisation that has a reputation for doing it well. It was peer-reviewed by Auckland University, and that showed the margin in favour of what our budget puts forward. And my responsibility, our responsibility, is to look at what the whole community believes and not just those that have access to the ability to lobby and to make their viewpoint clear. We don't ignore them, we take into account their viewpoint, but our decision in the end should reflect more on what the whole community believes rather than one section of the community. The other feedback, of course, we have is from our local boards, and our local boards, 21 of them, are pretty close to their communities, and I think it's really important to note that 20 out of 21 of those local boards decided that the measures that we are taking are the appropriate measures to take, including, Councillor, your own local board. It came out in support of the measures that we are adopting, or I'm proposing that we should adopt today.
Thank you. Any other further questions for the Mayor? Councillor Cooper.
Just a question. There was an article in the Herald this morning that says that we'd have an average 43% rates rise. Would you like to address that? Because I felt that was quite misleading.
You can make statistics show anything, and if you aggregate everything over 10 years, you can produce a figure like that. I'm not sure what the figure would be for Wellington if you aggregated theirs over 10 years, because they were proposing a 16% rate increase this year. Tauranga, I see in the article it said 20. I thought it was a bit lower than that, 17. Hamilton, 8.9%. The truth is, while our city is growing the fastest and has the biggest needs, we're not increasing our rates the fastest. In fact, we'll be at the lower end of the rate increases right across our country. I just think, I don't want to spend too much time on that article, but I just think it didn't reflect certain things. And it, among other things, said that we're voting for the water rate increase today. We're not, of course, because that's not within our power. I could go through the article in detail, but I won't.
Right, thank you. No further questions for the Mayor. I'll now move to comments. Councillor Hills, you've indicated already. Anybody else would like to speak? Deputy Mayor, Deputy Chief, oh, sorry. Yeah, never for me. Right, Councillor Hills.
Sorry, I didn't think I'd be up straight away. I just want to commend the budget. It's not perfect, but nothing in this place can possibly be perfect. I do want to acknowledge the climate actions in here. They are, as the Mayor said, probably nowhere near where we would all love the action to be, but this is a huge increase compared to other years. We did add some initiatives last year in the emergency budget, and those were sort of protected in the emergency budget after lockdown as well. So this 152 million on top of the phenomenal amount of public transport infrastructure we are putting in, which is not included in that 152, is pretty significant. Moving to zero emissions buses, I think in 2020, we were planning to continue to buy diesel buses until 2025. Until this year, this decision will mean we never buy a diesel bus again, and we only buy zero emissions buses. We will be halving the number of diesel buses we have by flipping out over 600 buses into EV or hydrogen by 2030, which is pretty massive. And I'm sure that that goalpost will move forward again. There are climate initiatives working, and Māori-led initiatives working with all our marae. We are doubling the number of recycling centres and resource recovery centres across the city. There's 11,000 more mature street trees coming. There is 200 hectares of native bush coming to our regional parks, and over 200,000 seedlings in either our own nurseries or working with iwi and community partners on that. And that's on top of all the Mayor's 1.5 million trees, all the planting already being done by Healthy Waters, Auckland Transport and our parks team already. So it's a pretty phenomenal, those are just some of the high level things we're doing, but it will start to make significant change in our city on emissions and also preparing our coast through the CCMPs, our coastal compartment management plans, working with communities on the inevitable changes that our coast will see due to climate change. The other thing I just want to acknowledge is that despite COVID and despite the pressure we're under, when I was elected in 2016, we had a budget that was investing 18.6 billion over the 10 years in capital infrastructure, so transport, water, parks, and other assets. So in the 4 years I've been here, it's a 70% increase in capital, moving 2 budgets ahead, which is pretty phenomenal. We were, in 2015, we were planning to do $8 billion worth of transport investment in capital. This budget, we're doing 12.6. At that point, we were planning to do $4.6 billion worth of capital expenditure on water, and now we are spending $11.1 billion on water infrastructure. So in the park space, we were doing $2.4 billion worth of capital, and now we're doing 4.6. So despite the massive pressure we're under, we are doing what I feel like I got elected to do, was not to make the mistakes of the past, not to underinvest in our assets, not to have broken pipes and no public transport. It's to significantly increase investing in our city and communities, that what people expect us to do and what Aucklanders and the rest of the country expect us to do is make sure we have the assets in working order and that we continue to plan for the future of younger people growing up in the city, but also people who will continue to come here. So I think there's something in this budget for everyone. It is not, 5% is not easy on everyone, but as you've said, Madam Chair and Mayor Goff, there are cities across the country putting up rates far higher than this. But I think we've kept this pretty reasonable while increasing investment significantly. So there's a lot to be happy about here, but there's a much more bigger job to do. Every annual plan after this and for the councils to come but I think that's pretty good. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Deputy Chair.
Thanks, Chair. My pleasure. Look, in many ways, I think this LTP and rate strike is kind of exactly like any other. We have COVID, which has hit massively, climate change, which has and will make a huge impact. But ultimately, these conversations that we have with Aucklanders are all the same. Do you want more services or less services, right? Because services have to be paid for. And to those that may not support this, I'd ask what services you'd cut. That's what I'd ask. I'd ask you to reflect on that. There is a lot to like about this LTP, and just piggybacking on Councillor Hills here, we're increasing action on climate, we're providing a more focused approach to growth. That hopefully is going to result in a more modern approach to how we actually tackle the growth in the city in terms of transport, climate and the environment. We're furthering the great and important work on water quality and the Manukau and the Eastern Isthmus, which both desperately need work. The extra funds for public transport will be very welcome for the Northwest, and I want to thank you particularly for that, as well as the increased focus of this council on economic development and local jobs. I have to briefly note my concern around community facilities, simply because my Waitakere ward has submitted on this quite a lot. And in my view, flexible approaches like this should be looked at in a forward way, like Westgate and like Takanini, where we're looking at services that are desperately needed in communities that aren't having them, and how can we provide that flexibly. I think that's a good thing. The concern that some in my ward have around backward-looking things, and I think we should just continue the conversation on that. I want to take that on faith and continue the conversation. There's also more to be done. Obviously, a pool is needed for the Northwest, something that we bring up a couple of times around here. In my view, I think we need to ask Aucklanders in the future if they want a higher level of environmental protection and climate change. I think in future years we need to look at rates that give relief to people doing it tough, because we've got some feedback on that. People are doing it tough out there. We need to look at ways that we can help those people, and actually shoulder the proper burdens of running the city on people that can afford more. It's easy for me to sit here though and say we need this thing and that thing, and every community will have a shopping list of things that are actually really needed. But to that end, I want to wrap up by saying a huge thank you to the Mayor. I really do want to thank you for this. This budget is not an austerity budget. It provides great things for our city. It's within a budget envelope that people will broadly accept. They say Leader of the Opposition is the hardest job in politics. I don't think that's true. I think the Mayor of Auckland is the hardest job in politics, because you've had to synthesise the disparate views of councillors and of residents, 1.7 million of them, all have different views on how to run the city, all have different priorities. You've had to put that all into one pot and deliver us a soup that everybody can drink. And I think that you've done that. I think that you're doing that while improving the city and its quality of life markedly as well. And I just really want to thank you for that. I think you've done a fantastic job. Subject to my reservations around the community facilities approach, I do commend this budget and I look forward to continuing all these conversations with Aucklanders. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and a fine deputy you are too. Councillor Coombe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tēnā koe e te koromatua o Tamaki Makaurau. I would like to speak in support of the mayoral proposal and the 10-year budget. I'd really like to acknowledge the consensus building approach that has been taken to putting together the budget, led by you, Chair Desley. You've done a stellar job, and I've really appreciated the free and frank discussion that we've been able to have around the table. It's made me very proud to be part of this governing body. I'd also like to just acknowledge the inclusion of the local boards and the leadership that they have shown. It's been really a fantastic process in terms of everyone understanding the information that we've got in the economic outlook and all the factors that we need to take into account. I've really appreciated that this consultation round, we really tried much harder to listen to the broad voices across Tamaki Makaurau, and not just those who play the numbers game on submissions, who have traditionally submitted to a council that looks very much like them. We've heard from a much greater depth of voices through this process, and you can see that just reading submissions from, particularly from groups that represent across Auckland, and also from I mentioned before about our advisory panels that just brought us a whole insight and a much deeper view into to their interests and their needs as different communities. From reading the submissions, you really do get a sense of what is on people's mind. Through the emergency budget, it was very much the anxiety, that's the concern about what was going to happen with the pandemic, and a lot of negativity directed at council about what we were spending, funding, and you can really understand that anxiety. Coming through into this budget, what really came through strongly from just such an incredible range of submissions was that real understanding that we need to invest, that we've got to invest in community, the environment, in arts and culture, infrastructure. And of course, this is where I always will have to acknowledge Wellington for making us look so good in terms of what happens when you don't invest and also when you don't plan for growth. And we just have to do that. I was at a residents' meeting a couple of weeks ago, and a former mayor of Auckland stood up and said to everyone in the room that this council around the table, that we are drunk on arrogance and that we're sycophants because we keep putting the rates up. And I wasn't able to at the time say, excuse me, sir, but it was your council that didn't do that investment. And that's why we still have got shit going into the harbour. And so I really do commend this council and you, Mayor, for actually leading the way on the infrastructure investment, that we've got to think about future generations and not play the Auckland game where we always make short-term decisions that don't look to the future. Also, of course, of a theme that comes through the feedback is that we should stick to our knitting, stick to core services. I always would love to know what those are, like when we're told we should just get back to basics and cut non-essential investment, because so rarely do we actually read what those are. I haven't heard any suggestions come forward, and I think Councillor Henderson, you mentioned that as well. What is it that we are going to cut? I would love to know that. And I think about those submissions when we had that amazing presentation the other day from Action Education, there's 2 women doing spoken word, and they have been able to grow and do some amazing things from investment from council. We're investing in them, and they showed us, they demonstrated to us the benefits of that. To me, that is core services, core funding. And I'm really proud that we do invest in future generations and in our younger community. In terms of speaking in support, there's a lot of good things to highlight, and I'm glad Councillor Hills and Henderson led the way in doing that. A big frustration for me is that, yes, it's great that we have got this climate action budget, 150 million and some great investment, but we have got to do a fundamental reset. We can't have a budget that's siloed for climate action and say that we're doing something. We have to reprioritise. We have to do things differently as a council if we're really going to address climate change. So that, I look forward to that continued discussion. And I would just like to end in terms of a real positive that I don't think came out in the Mayor's when you went through your proposal, but is a real gem in the budget, and that is about us removing library fees, fines. And a long-serving librarian said to me that if we get this through, this is where I do my teary bit, is it will be the proudest moment of her career. And other councils have really fought over this and grappled. And I just love the way that we just got presented with evidence. We heard the testament of one of our councillors around the impact of library fees, fines in her growing up. And we all just went, this makes sense. So to me, that is just such a, we should really celebrate that has come through this budget. So if I could end on that, and of course, add my round of thanks to the Mayor and to you, Chair, for leading it, and everyone who's been involved in this process. Ngā mihi, kia ora.
Kia ora, and thank you, Councillor. Councillor Filipaina.
Thank you, Chair. Just in regards to standing orders, 5 minutes, and then possibly an extension.
If it's good.
So,
Thank you for that.
so look, I'm not going to sort of, look, Your Worship, and I'm not going to go through everybody else, but Your Worship, I just want to acknowledge you in regards to this mayoral proposal. My last comment is that I want to acknowledge the Māngere o Tāhuhu local board. Why? Because your 298,000 that you put in the mayoral proposal, 94,000 of that is the ABS from the local board. So I wanted to acknowledge the local board because they will also be continuing their ABS, 94,000 that's going towards the Māngere Mountain Educational Trust. And Desley, my last mihi's to you. And again for all that you've done. Kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you. Councillor Cooper.
I think that most of what I was going to say was ticked off by Councillor Henderson, so I won't repeat it.
Thank you, Councillor. That must go down in history as being the shortest endorsement of the mayoral proposal. Well done. That's a chocolate fish to you. Councillor Mulholland.
Kia ora, Madam Chair. Thank you for your time and your contribution on this. As I also would like to take the opportunity to thank the Mayor. I'd like to be a voice for those people that don't support the mayoral proposal. I'd like to be a voice for those who are in Tamaki Makaurau and in my ward who do have a view on what we do, how we do it, and why we do it. And I want to acknowledge those people have a right. They have a democratic right to have a view and opinion. And whilst I'd like to potentially meet face to face with those people so that I could share with them exactly how important it is to take the time and the opportunity to look at things seriously and allocate funding so we do have good infrastructure, so we are supporting this city and getting the growth that we need. But it's really important when I read through submissions, not only from my ward, but from others, and I see those strong views that we must accept that other people have a different view on many that I'm hearing right now. And whilst I agree with some of the principles, not, for example, the urban rating that we're proposing, but you know, I do think there's a frustration out there of people not comprehending and fully seeing what is need and how we grow this city. I see also a lot of criticism of the people and others that are in our space, and those are the council officers. I see a lot of criticism about the people that work with us and for us. And I wonder why our community, our ratepayers and our residents have such a strong view. And I think we could do better, Your Worship, on sharing with those people who have a negative view on the things that we do need to do and how people need to be paid appropriately. And I've heard councillors mention their individual frustrations or issues that they've had, and I haven't spoken like this on this matter, not quite so strongly, but I am going to and continue to. It seems to me that sometimes we don't acknowledge those people who do not fully understand what we do and how we do and why we're expending this money. And I think we could actually take some time to communicate with those folks, or to meet some of them, maybe hold some workshops for them. So whilst I support a majority of the mayoral proposal, one of the things that I must say that I want to sincerely acknowledge is the work that we do put into community facilities. And yes, it is correct, and I've heard councillors sound like actually the other ones putting up the proposal, but $31.8 billion, I think we have to keep this city moving. And so on behalf of the community that have input from the FO, people I represent, they are grateful and they are supportive of keeping the FO's proposed pool and rec centre in the LTP. So I am bound by that, as I am bound by those who do feedback. So I do acknowledge that there's been a lot of work go into this. It's correct, 150 hours, plus all the other hours that people don't see, and especially first-term councillor I think it's been an excellent process and it's good to see everyone has contributed, but I do want to acknowledge those who have strong views and opinions, not just the Alliance, say, for example, but other people in our community and my community who have written quite negatively on what we do as a governing body and what we represent and how we represent it. And I'd like to see that we can hopefully change the views of those people and see the good work that we are doing. So thank you, Worship, for the work that you've done on this. And I do acknowledge, and I should acknowledge, that for me it's important the faux pool and rec, because it does come down to your people in your area. And whilst there are many great things for Tamaki Makaurau, it's nice to see something for the faux. And I also acknowledge the work that was done in one of our communities in Avondale that this council has continued to support. So those people that have negative views, maybe they could take a look in their own, backyard and see some of the good things that we are doing to support them. Kia ora, thank you.
Kia ora, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dalton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I'll be supporting the Mayor's proposal, and I too would like to thank the Mayor because you've found the best balance that you can. There's a lot of work in there, and you've listened. You've listened many times, and it's reflected all the way through. So thank you so much for that. Councillor Simpson, Desley, again, thank you for your leadership on this. Bringing Team Auckland together was significant and it has made a difference. So thank you. I support all of the recommendations, but I continue to have the reservations on the savings. And I'd just like to say, I don't know what they are exactly, none of us do exactly, but if they're going to impact on our staff, if it's going to be reducing staff, that everything is underpinned by the recommendations from the recent Health and Wellbeing Review, that we make sure that we're taking care of our people, and that when we're looking towards a leaner organisation, that we're doing that through the right model of a leaner organisation and not just reducing staff, because that will work for this year. We need to be looking further out than this year. I'd like to emphasise again the importance of the quality of advice to the local boards as we change our model through the community investment model. That's critical. We're going to be asking them to make some big decisions, and we're going to be asking them to come to the table and think about the assets that have been sitting idle in their board areas for a couple of years, unused and not likely to be reopened again. They need some good advice, just not on how they do that, but where it fits in the grand scheme of things within the whole Auckland plan. And as we bounce back and we move through recovery, if we see our cash flow returning and our dividends returning, the priorities I would like to see is holding depreciation at 100% once we hit it, and also getting those local boards bulk funded. Because to have the most deprived local boards sitting in inequity for 12 years is simply unfair, and it needs to be resolved within the next, I'd like to say annual plan, but as we move through the next few years. Getting back to core services, Councillor Kuhn mentioned core services and not knowing what they are. It's a conversation we're yet to have, and I'm looking forward to that conversation. And that's the work that the CEO is doing for us to bring back to us, because that's the opportunity for our organisation to become even leaner and smarter about how we do things. And just finally, I'd like to say how much I fully support and thank the Mayor for the retention of the $150 million for Māori outcomes. It's a budget that wasn't cut, one of the few, probably might have been one of the only. And we could and we should do more, and we need to continue to take a for Māori by Māori. We need to be doing more empowering around that space. We saw how iwi and Mātuaka responded so well during COVID and have continued to, and to continue to support that can only deliver good outcomes for our people. So I'll leave it there. Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Councillor Simpson.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Collins.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I just had to find the mic button. Just a few comments from me. I too will be supporting and endorsing the mayoral proposal. I just want to make a few quick comments around the process and offer my thanks again to you, Chair Simpson and Deputy Chair Henderson, for a really robust process in being able to discuss the budget, the long-term plan. I found that many of the workshops that we held were really robust. They were often testing conversations, but I felt really well informed by the officers. And so I just wanted to offer my thanks. And the mantra of Team Auckland has come across really well. And I just wanted to thank you, Chair Simpson, for leading both that mantra and for modelling it as best possible. Similar to Councillor Hills, I'm still rather challenged, perhaps unconvinced, around the borrowing levels to 290%. I welcome the Mayor's explanation this morning, again reiterating what we've been advised by officers too. One of the comments that's been said a number of times is we don't use the credit card to buy our groceries, and I fully accept that. But having said that and considered that, I wanted all of us in the room to remember what it's like for people in my community who have maxed out the credit card for their own families to buy groceries, to pay for phone bills, to clear their ability to pay rent. And whilst I don't think that is the approach for Auckland to be taking, I'm very mindful that many of the families that I represent, alongside Councillor Filipina, are families who are doing that today. And so I just think it's an important consideration that we should be making. I'd also want to acknowledge the Pacific panel. I have the honour of being the councillor liaison for the Pacific panel, and here we are with a budget that's being very challenged, and yet the Pacific panel continue to show high ambition and be really daring. And so I think it's important that we keep our eyes up, given that we're in some really challenging financial times at the moment. I also want to acknowledge that we've seen a growing increase in engagement from groups who don't normally engage in these processes. And so it's been good to see more voice from Pacific communities, from more vulnerable communities, because it's important that their voices are heard. In Councillor Henderson's comments, he said that the hardest gig he believes in politics now is being Mayor of Auckland. And I was going to cheekily say to the Mayor that you're a glutton for punishment, Mr Mayor, because you've now held both the positions of Leader of the Opposition and Mayor of Auckland. I actually think the hardest position in politics at the moment is trying to become Prime Minister of Samoa, in all honesty. But look, I just wanted to endorse the mayoral proposal. I want to thank you, Mayor Goff, because you have listened. You've taken on many of the concerns we've had. You've reached as balanced a position as possible, and I think you've shown a real open door approach to the way in which you've allowed people to be honest with you about the budget and to be honest about some of the concerns that I have moving forward. But I do want to say thank you, commend the budget, and I'm looking forward to the ongoing work of how this budget's going to see Auckland thrive even as we come out of a COVID time. So thank you very much, Chair.
Kia ora, thank you for that. Councillor Sayers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll put two caps on, my regional cap and my ward cap as well, but I'll spend most of the time with the regional cap on. So yes, you know, a budget that's actually the capex is 21% up on the last LTP. That's that from that 26 billion to 31 billion. There's increased renewals. I'm very pleased to also see that going into Auckland Transport after they came and presented to us as well. Of course, we've got our general rate increases and perhaps other increases as well that we'll be discussing later this afternoon, including the rural-urban boundary rate changes. I thought the consultation documentation that the council put out was excellent. It put out about the fuel taxes, water rate increases, everything that compounds on top of the 5% as well. But when I put my Rodney ward hat on, I take a slightly different tone, Madam Chair. The LTP this time round actually has less in it than last time. It still has the motorway extension, it still has the Matakana Link Road, but one of the big advocacy items for myself and the local board was always that unsealed road improvement program, and it's down 66%, even though the capex for Auckland's up 21%. So that's been reflected in the feedback we've got back from Rodney. Even the maintenance and renewal budgets for the unsealed network is down, 22% down on maintenance and 20% down on the renewals. And of course, the local boards tried to pull forward their OLI by lobbying to us because of this idea of urban boundary changes and another rate increase to try and get some equity there. So even with the 5% rate increase, Madam Chair, there are a lot of dead rats that Rodney is having to swallow, not just a couple. I also believe the people of Auckland have spoken through the public feedback and sent a very clear message, a message that I think elected members of the Super City are expected to uphold those democratic wishes, but I'm doubtful that will happen. You know, the pro forma came in from churches, sports clubs, residents and ratepayers associations, many organisations, and they all took the time, including everyone else that submitted, to read 600 pages of documentation that was available. We had feedback sessions, we had social media videos, we had face-to-face public meetings. There was a lot that was discussed about what's the difference between a 3.5% and a 5% rate increase. I think that was very clearly spelled out in the documentation, and again, a good job done by the officers. So that's when you know, I don't agree with the comments around the Coleman Brunton poll, you know, $110,000, and you know, I'm just worried that we're going to rely more on polls than we are on the public feedback, because the public feedback, there's only 2 questions in that poll, right? And the public feedback had a myriad of questions, and I was just outlined a lot of information to make informed choices. So I'll be putting a lot more weighting on that. So yes, the people of Auckland have spoken. What's the alternatives? Well, as I've just said, everyone knew what the difference between the 3.5% and 5% rate increase was. So the answer is already existing in the documents if we go to 3.5%. In fact, the feedback, when you read it, that most people that didn't support the Mayoral proposal, perhaps when it came down to the budget, would support a 3.5% rate increase, on some of them wanted less. It's also a bit of a tragedy as ward councillors, we can't actually gain the financial transparency to understand exactly everything that's being spent back into our wards. I don't know all the money that's being spent back into mine or the other councillors' wards. So that makes it very difficult for any councillors to come up with alternative budgets. And I think that's something we should look at to try and correct in the future. Even if we have to proportion regional spending across the different wards, I think that would be a helpful number for us to have and give more transparency. Sometimes I feel a bit criticised, maybe almost bullied, but I won't use that word, around not supporting larger rate increases to deliver on the outcomes and wishes of my constituency. But as I've explained, they're feeling very marginalised. In fact, so much so that 70% of Rodney have rejected the Mayoral proposal. So my solution, Madam Chair, remains the same as I've said in every debate, in every working group that we've had, that cost reductions, Councillor Dalton's correct, we collectively need to work out what our cost reduction should be, not cost savings or efficiency gains, trying to do more with the same, but actually looking at what core business is. I know some councillors don't want to have that discussion, but we need to have it. Professionally, I've always supported the Rodney Local Board's advocacy items. However, the residents of Rodney have rejected the Mayoral proposal, as I said, by a massive 70%. You know, increasing rates, borrowing and selling assets is one way to fix a problem, but making those deep cuts, looking at core business, defining what that is, what we need to do, that requires tougher calls to be made. Finally, Madam Chair, the other thing that probably came through in the feedback was still there's a lack of, I'll wind up now, a lack of confidence and trust in the Auckland Council. And that may be reflective when people see the public results coming in compared to what we actually, weightings we put on that, they may well be contributing towards that. So my prediction going forward is that rates will need to increase further. They'll be through rates, water charges and fees. That's because of our increasing spending, debt and failure to peel back to core business. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Look, I'm sure the Mayor will respond, but I'll just say I'm not aware of any councillor that doesn't want to have the conversation around core council business. I just don't think I've ever heard that being mentioned.
I have. Yep.
Okay. Councillor Stewart.
It's me. Well, I've thought long and hard about how I'm going to vote today, and I have decided not to vote for the 5%. I feel that I've been put under a lot of pressure to support the budget today. That because the way the Howick local board voted, that maybe I was told Howick doesn't deserve anything, and I take offence to that. The good people of Howick and Pakuranga, Botany, Flatbush pay a lot of rates. The members here need to be reminded that if it hadn't been for the Manukau City Council under the leadership of Sir Barry Curtis, we may not have had the airport shares, the dividends over the years that have been very well received by this council. And there's been a number of the other cities before the amalgamation had actually sold those airport shares, and a lot of money that has come from those airport shares that were held on by Auckland Council and Manukau have been used by a number of the council wards around this table. So to say that maybe Howick should be punished, that's something that I'm not very happy with. So I'm going to support the people that I represent in the Howick ward, who in their submissions, they overwhelmingly were against the 5% rates increase, and the Howick local board who voted not to support the rate rise. The 5% rate increase is only an average rate rise, and a large amount of our ratepayers will be paying a lot more of this, as was stated in the Herald this morning. We've also got to remember that our rates, we used to have it that the water rates used to be all included in with the council rates. So that's something that I think is also something that we have to consider. We've got the regional fuel tax, which Aucklanders are paying 11.5 cents a litre for this, and they'll continue doing this for some time. And so people in my ward, sometimes 3 or 4 people may be driving cars, and this could easily end up over $500 a year. I'd like to just say that I have complete confidence in our new CEO, Jim Stabback, that he's going to find some further efficiencies in the way that we spend our ratepayers' money. One of the things that we really have to do is we have to start, and I think this is something that Councillor Sayers was touching on, we have to start doing things better, doing them right, doing them once, and to keep on fixing things is just not acceptable. And this is what's costing us very dearly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Watson.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And I think there might be a little bit of a northern theme emerge here, but I too, like Councillor Sayers, would try and retain a balance between regional responsibilities and ward responsibilities. In my ward, which is actually fairly similar to a number of other wards across Auckland, if we look at the public consultation, the results were pretty emphatic. And I'm referring to all the analyses that come in with respect of the council consultation. I don't think it's appropriate to dismiss or diminish contributions after the fact. Unless you do it at the time, tell people that pro formas are not regarded in the same light. I don't think we can do that after the fact. But at any rate, in the Hibiscus and Bays, the support was 34%, 54% opposed. That was a 20% differential, virtually identical to the region-wide result. Upper Harbour, it was even more stark in terms of opposition, 32 support, 56 opposed. That was a 24% differential. This sort of opposition, however, though, was not just geographical, it was reflective of specific groups, in particular the elderly and the poorer communities, for instance, where there is a real concern, a genuine concern over their capacity to pay. In my view, there are obviously a number of factors at play in this opposition. One is clearly the effects of COVID-19 with its associated uncertainty and economic hardship. A lot of people are under real strain, we know that, and not just the poor sections of our community. Many businesses and more affluent households are leveraged to the max, are under considerable financial pressure. For them, a 5.3% increase for the residential rate at a time of historic low inflation is an increase and an increase on what was originally signalled in the last L2P is not all that welcome. In addition to this, I think there's a growing awareness of the accumulation of costs that are being imposed on Aucklanders, and it sounds as if there was an article to that effect today. We have to mention water care. It is a CCO, 7% increase for the next 2 years, 9.5% for the 6 years after that. There is the regional fuel tax. We don't get much feedback on its impacts on our communities, but the Sapir Group research in 2018 told us this was a regressive tax and it was inequitable in its impact. So we do have certain outer local boards in the north and the south where that effect is marked. It can quite easily run up to $600-700 per household. The targeted rate effects are minimal, but still feed into that perception. Another cost to a number of communities not really focused on today is the sale of public assets, which in some areas is becoming increasingly resented. This year and the next couple will see the sale of over 450 million in assets. Even in relatively limited areas like the Hibiscus Coast subdivision, for instance, that can result in tens of millions of dollars going out of the area with little apparent return. I don't want to get into comparing the rate takes from the different wards, but if you look at there's some pretty salutary comparisons that can be made. The Albany ward, for instance, outside of the city centre pays more rates than the rest of Auckland. In the northwest, it is a particularly disturbing picture from my point of view. Here, the average 16 to 29% rate increases are being imposed for thousands of residents. Whether that's staggered or not, we don't know at this stage. They're being asked to pay for basic council services which they don't actually have and which they will not have for the next decade and beyond. They're not in any LTP work programs. For me, this is an indefensible component of this budget and one which no amount of sophistic reasoning will explain away. There is an old saying, one half doesn't know how the other half lifts, and I think there is a little bit of a danger in this at the moment. It goes to the notion of accumulating costs for people at a time when they can least afford it, and to more localised impacts which are just plain unfair, where whole communities run the risk of becoming collateral damage. For those prone to dismissively equating such costs in terms of chai lattes or the like, a final word from the Sapire consultants. They said, quote, some of these households would likely think the additional cost in terms of school lunches foregone rather than a cup of coffee. And I think that's a very real danger at the moment. At this point, though, I do want to acknowledge those who have worked hard on the budget, and in particular the Mayor and his ongoing commitment to the vulnerable in our society, the homeless people, those struggling on minimal wages, and our youth, who now more so than ever are under the stress of mental strain and all that goes with that. So I thank the Mayor from the bottom of my heart from that. But there are room for different views, and I would suggest now more than ever that we should be considering things differently. COVID-19 was meant to be a time to look at our futures differently, locally, nationally and internationally. As a council, we're over the prudent debt limit long held sacrosanct. In a little more than a decade, we've gone from 3.9 billion to, I'm just about finished, Madam Chair, to 10.1 billion today. There are only so many assets conveniently left by legacy councils that we can sell. Once they're gone, you're looking down the barrel of year-on-year rate increases of some magnitude. In short, the borrow, sell and rate model is not sustainable, and certainly not in the way it has been used over the last decade. And to be fair, we did acknowledge that in the consultation where we said that even before COVID-19, responding to these pressures was going to be hard as we were reaching the limits of what we could responsibly borrow. Finally, Madam Chair, it was, we seem to have a few political analogies here today, but it was former Prime Minister David Lange who, in the midst of his own crisis, the disintegration of the fourth Labour government amidst a seemingly unchallengeable policy mindset of asset sales, privatisation and social services, commented on how difficult it was to challenge the bureaucratic and political mindset at the moment. He tried to get alternative advice, he couldn't. He went down and so did his government. So finally, thank you, Madam Chair, for your part in this. but I would just finish it up by saying that we do have different views. Our communities are very different, and we should be able to represent those views. Fear of any dispersions or any other types of criticism. I've tried to do that to the best of my ability, and I thank you for listening, because I know that's what our communities would expect. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Sorry, point of order, Chair. Just for the rest of the meeting, I want to withdraw Councillors' attention to 1.4.1 in our standing orders. Time limits can be extended by a majority vote of the members present, so we actually have to vote on it. So just to keep that in mind. I didn't want to interrupt. Thank you.
Yeah, just to further that point of order, thank you for not interrupting Councillor Henderson. It has been a tradition in the past, Madam Chair, where speakers are given a little bit more leeway when it comes to this debate, and I'm happy to go along that with people, whether they're for or against.
Thank you. Councillor Newman.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and can I start by congratulating you for the work that you have done as Chair of Finance and Performance. You've done a very good job. It has not been easy. I want to echo the sentiments of colleagues who have acknowledged the Mayor and the very difficult task that he has to balance up the very divergent expectations right around the community of Tāmaki Makaurau, which of course is not a monolith. It must be like herding cats with a harp some days. So I congratulate the Mayor for the challenge that he has taken on. And by and large, I support this. I certainly am very, very pleased to see the increase in the CapEx budget. Obviously, the very significant increase in renewals, that's been a real passion of mine. I do have to foreshadow that in relation to the recommendation A, Roman numeral 4, the transition with respect to the new model for funding community services, I don't support that. I do need to have that vote recorded against, Chair. And I do need to foreshadow that if it was up to me in relation to A, Roman numeral 7, the water quality target rate extension, I would actually move to 5% in the out years as well, not 3.5%. But don't need to record my vote against on that, but I would have done that if it had been me. And I do want to acknowledge all of the comments that have been expressed around this table. I think that there have been some really useful contributions. I did read the Herald this morning. I tend to try and avoid arguing with people who trade ink by the barrel, so I'm not going to make further comments on that. But what I will say is that the views that have been expressed around this table are views that are expressed by people who are very well paid. But the consequences of these decisions will be significantly paid for by people who earn far less than us. And to those people in my ward and to those Aucklanders who will be disappointed with my vote for the 5% rate increase, I simply say that I am sorry about that. I am sorry because that is a rate increase that is going to hurt some of my strongest supporters. But I judge that I have to do that. I also, in my view, Chair, believe that if we had gone higher, we would be in a better position to avoid something that I do think will continue to just tick away, and that is the risk that the infrastructure will not keep pace with growth and that we will face much, much higher rate increases in the near future as per what is happening in Wellington and elsewhere as infrastructure does not cope. There has been some discussion around what is the core role and function of local government. Well, to me, Chair, the core function of local government is to deliver on the expectations set down by Parliament because we are a creature of statute. And from there, we have to deliver the utility infrastructure, we have to deliver the parks and reserves and complement that with the delivery of the community facilities which enable communities which are enjoyable, equitable, which meet the needs of both current residents but also enable growth within those communities for future residents. I mean, Councillor Coombe, you asked the question of we have to reprioritise, we have to do things differently. My question would be, well, what? What does that mean? Tell me the changes that will need to take place, because in the communities that I represent, they need that core infrastructure to be delivered to accommodate not only the people that live there, but also the future residents that come in, because we don't provide for that growth, it means that the existing infrastructure is going to be sweated even harder, and it is struggling. I'd really want to see us move to fully fund depreciation and to hold the line on that. That is the most important thing. I do really support improvements to water quality, but I just want to say this in relation to climate change, Your Worship. I'll end with a question. You stated that the public has given a tick to more money coming for new and expanded programs in the climate change space in year 2, the next annual plan year. I want to know is the Mayor similarly committed to moving to address the equity deficits between communities starting in year 2 through the annual plan, concurrent to new investment in climate change? Because to me, that is the other thing that is outstanding. And we have had conversations about this, and it has been a slow burn. Yes, we're doing more in infrastructure. Yes, we're doing more in terms of renewals, but we're renewing to keep the existing level as opposed to improving those levels, because we need to try and hold the cost down. Well, there's still the outstanding issue around equity. It has been foreshadowed, and the Mayor has talked at length about climate change, but I think that the Mayor hasn't addressed the question yet around when we address the equity deficits. The final thing I'll say, Chair, and we'll have a debate in relation to a later item, the rural rating. I want to foreshadow that I have concerns about that, and I'll be expressing that vote accordingly there. I accept that that's not an intrinsic part of this proposal from the Mayor, but I do agree with Councillor Mulholland that we have to acknowledge the views of those people who have expressed an opinion that we don't agree with, and respect that, even when we find that irritating. They are legitimate concerns, and some of us need to reflect our conscience and our values on those questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Young.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to have this opportunity today to make a final decision for our 10 years recovery budget for all the Aucklanders. This has been my first long-term plan, and the privilege to work with the Mayor, my fellow councillor, INSB members, local board member, and the staff. We always hear in the media, in the public, how council wastes the money and how it's not transparent and how there is no accountability. Last year, we showed this perception to be false through our emergency budget, continuing our recall infrastructure investment and finding recall operation saving of $120 million. We will continue to hear this, regardless of whether we're choosing a 3.5% rate increasing or one-off 5% increase. No doubt, there are many areas we can improve. However, I believe the political system in New Zealand is one of the most transparent in the world. While it is sometimes slow to deliver, our honest and transparent political system is one of the reasons so many people want to live in New Zealand. The majority of those come to New Zealand choosing to stay and set up their lives and families in Auckland, including myself. This is because Auckland is the economic engine of the country. It's diverse, it's energetic, and I believe it set the direction of the nation. It makes sense. But how can we support our region and these families? How can we keep growing? And how can we face the challenge for preparing of climate changing and reducing our emissions? None of us would like to raise rates. However, if we look at the past 10 years, we have discovered that our plan and the investment has not met the demand from our huge growth in Auckland. the tools we have available as local government have not been enough. When setting our budgets, we need to find the balance between burden on ratepayers, maintains our service level, and the infrastructure investment. This is challenging on a good days, but the last couple of years has been particularly difficulty for local government across the country due to the impact of the COVID-19. For the good of all Aucklanders, we cannot set our budget only thinking of our own political advantage. We need to think in the long term for the entire region, as well as our own areas. And no matter the decision we make today, we still need to get better at telling our stories, engaging our communities, so that Aucklanders have a better understanding of our region's future and can be informed of those challenges we are facing now. This is true accountability and the other difficulty for the local government. If even the majority are not engaging with us, what chance is there for our less vocal migrant and ethnic Aucklanders to be heard? Improving transport for the region, particularly in East Auckland, is still one of my biggest priorities. Providing better way to connect Aucklanders with their families, friends, and the place of work improves quality of life and make economic sense. I'm glad to see the progress of Eastern Busway, which once complete, will finally provide a reliable and convenient connection from the east to the wider transport network. The other key transport link for the east is the airport to Botany. The recovery budget, with 5% rate increase, will provide route protection for this project. I know how long this big transport project takes to deliver, and if we don't allocate the funding now, it can add years and years of delay. With limited community investment, this budget also manages to fund the new community center and the library in Ormiston, which is provide for the fast-growing community of Flatbush, a project that has been discussed for years. Again, without a 5% rate increase, this most important community hub risks even further delay. This recovery budget does the best to keep making progress while facing revenue loss, debt limits, and the old infrastructure. It increased our region's investment in transport, housing, and the environment. It focuses our spending on where it can most deliver for Aucklanders without putting too much pressure on our people. I look forward to how can we work together to build on this in years to come for all Aucklanders and for future generations. I will be supporting this budget. Kia ora. And thank you once again for your leadership, Madam Chair and the Mayor. 谢谢大家.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Sure. This budget obviously is different to most years because it's a 10-year budget. I think that we are missing opportunities here to deal with some of our long-term structural problems. We know that we're up to our debt limit, and we know that we need more financial support from government. I don't believe that we're adequately informing ourselves and getting that support from government and really explaining sufficiently our situation. We know that we've been running down our assets, that our development contributions are not sufficient to cover the cost of growth, and that currently we are still continuing to experience significant growth in Auckland. So my real concern is that over this 10 years, we're going to get into a progressively worse situation. Having said that, there are some things that have been good that have happened recently. The CCO review, the Council Controlled Organisation review, gave us some objective advice. and the recent information that we've received from Scottish Water around efficiencies that could occur across our water and wastewater networks are very revealing. What is clear to me is that our team, and that includes our chief executive and others, need to look much more closely at efficiencies over the next 10 years. When I look around Auckland and I talk with people, they certainly bring to me observations around how we could be doing things much more efficiently. They see things. It is incredibly difficult for members of the public and for councillors to have actually adequate oversight of this budget, because you actually can't drill down into it. You can't arrive at cost and revenue centres. You can't get any appreciation of how to drive efficiencies. We very much have to rely on the information that we're given, and where councillors like myself have asked for a breakdown and on an ongoing basis around large assets to get a handle on whether those assets are being employed effectively. That could be something like the Aotea Centre or stadiums or transport assets. You just can't get that information. You can't arrive at that efficiency. So I'm certainly of the view that we can do better than what we are doing. I don't know what the budget is going forward in this long-term plan for all the strategies that we don't have around our lack of an investment strategy, a property strategy, a water strategy we're finally working on. It took a crisis to bring that about. That's not a great style of management. We don't have a stadium strategy. We don't have a civic strategy. We're pulling together an economic strategy, and that's great. But there is a dearth of oversight on the part of ourselves over the council-controlled organisations that we're meant to have some control and issue some direction around, and patently we're not doing that adequately enough. I would suggest also, as councillors, we need more oversight over our operation, and if the CCO review is anything to go by, then I would suggest that there are significant opportunities there. So I've got a real concern embarking on another 10 years when it is clear that there are a number of things that we continue to not address. I agree with Councillor Newman around this new community services model. I don't think that we've considered that adequately enough, certainly from an investment perspective. We're making the assumption that the private sector is going to be able to build things and will lease them and so on, and that will be a more economical model. I don't know that that is necessarily the case. And like Councillor Watson, I'm particularly concerned that we continue to sell off assets without investment strategies and other strategies to inform us. And as I mentioned earlier, structurally we're in a problem and we don't have too much more to draw on. So I have a real concern voting for a long-term plan that I have adequate confidence in. And I still do not have that confidence. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Darby.
Thanks, Chair. Mayor, acknowledge your work in this. It's not easy and we don't always agree as we traverse the long journey to get here. And I haven't agreed, in part, in large I have, but I'll be supporting this proposal. And I do acknowledge, Chair, your active part in this. It is a big task. And all the councillors and Member Taipiri, your Independent Māori Statutory Board contribution all the way through as well. Look, probably at the outset, I'd probably just like to suggest that we don't compare ourselves with other cities and their rate increases. You know, we're the only international city in New Zealand, and they have not the diverse revenue base that we have. They're very rates dependent, just about every other city. Look, that's just a brief comment I'd want to make. But look, this budget has been enormously challenging, in some ways more challenging than the emergency budget. And a lot of progress has been made here, but there
is a long way to go, and I probably want to reflect less on what we've achieved over these 150 hours of workshops, more on the challenges ahead, because this budget I see as an entree to some big, bold moves we're going to have to make going forward. And of course, top of the list is tackling climate change, not scratching at climate change. And we are making inroads there, but let's be honest, we're still just scratching at the surface on climate change. Housing an enormous number of homeless Aucklanders, overcrowded Aucklanders, people living in buses, cars, vans, etc., remains top of the agenda, and getting Aucklanders to move efficiently remains there as well. And right in the mix is, of course, reversing the enormous degradation of our environment. So there's good wins here, and it's a good platform, but there's a long way to go. I'm particularly pleased to see the debt levels pushed out up to that 290 range, and I've put my oar in that area with you, Mayor and Chair, and we've had some online Zoom discussions with Treasury. After I wrote to Treasury, I also wrote to the Governor of the Reserve Bank, and I really acknowledged both the Governor of the Reserve Bank and Treasury for, having that discussion with our team, but particularly Treasury, and just testing our own good internal advice. And we've managed to push that out and be assured that it is still in the safe zone and we're not going to be hurting our ratings. And I'm not going to be unkind in this budget, but I'm probably just going to highlight a few areas which I think require some further work, things that I've raised in the past. And I know people have got cross with me for raising these, but I'll raise them again. It's not about personnelity here, it's about issues, and I'll be pretty consistent in that areas. One fundamental gap for me is the lack of the development of a strategic response to COVID. You've heard me say that again. We're 14 months on. We've known about COVID and we talk about recovery. I'm much more interested in the reset and what you can, the leap that you can take out of COVID, particularly when you're steering at climate colliding with it. But I've spoken of that in the past. Look, it's my failure that we haven't got traction on that. I needed to convince you more strongly. But there is some more recent progress happening with Auckland Unlimited, who are engaging with Koi2 at the Auckland University. That's the Centre for Informed Futures, and we'll be seeing some work come on that front in the coming months. The second and third bodies of work we've left on the table, and it's about $4 billion, and there's no appetite at this time, but I think there will be some in the future. We didn't have much in political inquiry on this area at all. And of course, we stopped the public from hearing on this. And that's the $2 billion of airport shares that we've left on the table, and $2 billion of our interest in Ports of Auckland at least. Some progress has come out of those recommendations though, and the Chief Executive will be bringing us a paper for the very first time. We're going to see a paper on what a strategic asset actually is and what it means to the council. We've never ever done that, Chair, and thank you for your work in that and getting that work up. And I think that will be a bit of an eye-opener as to what we own there and why we own it. I do note that aviation has an enormous climate footprint, and our investment in aviation is starting to look very 1980s. There's progress on the port front too. Not much appetite for engaging there, but I think it will come. The Minister of Transport's instructed a national freight strategy, and that's the next stage to underpin port relocation and the ownership stakes that we might have in that. So we are going to have to make some big and very brave moves in the next year, probably in our national policy statement response, in the transport area, and on climate and housing. I'm still smiling at this stage, even though I haven't got everything over the line and the discussion's not fully engaged, but I'm lending my vote of support to this budget. It is deserving, but there's a long way to go. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'd like to add my name to the list of people acknowledging the work that you have done here. And you, Mr Mayor, as well. Thank you for the proposal. No budget's ever perfect, but I'd encourage councillors to think back to what things were like prior to 2010. Some of you came from legacy councils, some didn't. Things have changed dramatically. Now, there was talk forever about a rail loop. Well, that actually is now tunnelling. There was the old Wynyard Quarter and the old bus depot. It was pretty sad, sick, and not flash. The Wynyard Quarter was dirty and unclean and unloved. I did an interview for directors for Auckland Unlimited the other day, and one of the interviewees had come back from 10 years in the UK. And his words were, "I could not believe the transformation." He says, it's going to be one of the most stunning cities in the world. Are we perfect? No. But we are on a good trajectory. My Water Franklin didn't account for depreciation. Had the worst drinking water for an urban area in New Zealand. Had inadequate wastewater treatment. Could not afford to keep the road maintenance budgets up. It could not afford to allocate funding for growth. That was replicated virtually in every area of the city. The central old legacy Auckland City Council didn't do anything about stormwater overflows in the old pipes. There was not enough future-proofing in Waitakere or in Manukau. Papakura was just too small to survive. Rodney just could not get its road sealed. Well, we've got these 700 odd Ks now. It needs to be done. They all had inadequate wastewater treatment, according to the modern age, with the exception perhaps of Waitakere and Manukau. We have a far better trajectory. We have a long-term plan. We have a long-term budget system for transport called ATAP. We have record amounts of public transport growth. Councillor Darby talked about the future. He's absolutely right. The reflection on the past gives us an indication of how good our future can be if we stride out towards it. My personal view is that having property taxation as a means of funding local government is well past its use by date. I've said that before. We need to have a far better way. ATAP leads the way with transportation. We just have to have the Crown come in with guaranteed 10 years funding. Perhaps we need a HAP as well, an Auckland Housing Alignment Program, to line up the strategic asset delivery that's required to have fast-track housing. And we certainly need to have a better economic alignment with Wellington about how we grow our new age economy and what that looks like. Mr Mayor, you're talking about climate change endeavours for the next annual plan. Be cautionary, not because I'm not supporting climate change initiatives, but because the industry sector and the real rural sector are already spending millions of dollars with their industries on climate change initiatives, and to add another taxation to them on top of their already strident efforts would be, in my opinion, unfair and unjust. But that's a discussion for next year. In the meantime, Madam Chair, we are moving in a good direction. We need to accelerate it if we can, and we need to accommodate better for growth in the future, and we need to get our policies, as Councillor Walker says, aligned up with those strategic plans to deliver it. So thank you for the work. This budget is a really good step and continuum in the direction which we're heading, has my support.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Right, with no further speakers, I'm going to speak now, and then after I have spoken, I'll ask the Mayor for his right of reply. So we've heard already that today's budgetary decisions are really a continuation of our emergency budget, and certainly not a business as usual or just the normal type of LTP we've had as part of Auckland Council in the past. We had thought we were down $1 billion. The good news is we're not. It's $750 million, but it's still a huge shortfall. And there are lots of unknowns, lots of zeros, as the Deputy Mayor has just interjected, and it's going to be a very lot unknown road ahead of us. So despite everything that's happened in the COVID space, we still need to continue our investment into the region to ensure we actually do recover. If we stop investment and just keep our libraries open and pick up the rubbish, we will not be able to deal with infrastructure challenges, we will not be able to renew our ageing assets, or not able to deliver to meet population growth. And the impacts of not doing those things will take Auckland backwards. I want to just reflect on how we've got here, because we've whipped through the first two items because we know, but nobody else does. The Mayor completed his draft proposal pretty much the night before it was presented to this committee. He did so because he listened to every comment from everyone around this table, including the CCOs, IMSB and local boards. He did that to ensure that the draft budget that went to Aucklanders reflected the views of Team Auckland. It wasn't a left versus right budget. I say that, we all know what side I sit on, we all know what side the Mayor sits on, but as per usual, from last year and this year, politics has been put aside and we have worked collectively to put the future of Auckland first. What we now have only includes a few amendments of that original proposal. Having heard from Aucklanders, and again discussing with Team Auckland, and I acknowledge that through these discussions, one of the biggest issues for most of us to consider was the one-off 5% rates rise. We now know that while it was higher than what was projected in the last LTP, it happens to be one of the lowest proposed rates increases in New Zealand. Councils that have managed to go for a lower rates option represent much smaller communities, the likes of Clutha, Tasman and South Taranaki. Given the total of all three populations is still less than the population of Manarewa, I think we are doing pretty well and delivering value for money. So why the one-off 5%? Timing around the expenditure of the CRL and the Central Interceptor, our two mammoth infrastructure investment projects, couldn't have come at a worse time for us. That large investment associated with those projects has landed at the same time as the need for us to respond to the challenges of COVID-19. So does the one-off 5% mean ratepayers are a group are contributing more than the usual 40% of our total revenue? Noting that we lost 60% of our revenue from other sources and 40%. Those are the figures that we have used. The answer to that is no. In fact, prior to our emergency budget, the percentage of revenue from ratepayers was 36%. This year, in our emergency budget, it went up to 39%. And in year one of our LTP, it's back down to 38%. Why? Because we are continuously looking for other ways to attract revenue and are committed to doing so. We do not expect the ratepayer to fill the 60% gap. So why the extra 900 million of additional investment enabled by that one-off 5%? On top of what's already been said, we know collectively that our assets historically have not been managed as well as they could have been. This LTP addresses that with a 50% additional investment in asset renewals compared to the previous LTP. It's important to note the size of our assets, 50 billion worth. We need to look after them, maintain them, and replace them when needed. There is no point in continuously looking to build new stuff if you don't look after what you already have. To build or replace our assets, we need to borrow, which is one of the reasons we needed to temporarily adjust our debt to revenue ratio. Our emergency budget was an instant reaction or a response to a crisis. But we now know that COVID-19 wasn't or isn't a short-term thing. In fact, all our advice to date tells us it's going to be at least 3 years long. So we needed to adjust our approach. We did the responsible thing and discussed our position with rating agencies, who have indicated to us they are satisfied with our financial budget as outlined. It is responsible. You will remember that Audit New Zealand have also sat in on every one of our workshops. Moving away from that agreed approach has a risk of a rating downgrade, which would be about $15 million a year in extra in interest payments, equivalent to almost a 1% rates increase, and quite frankly, we can't afford that. If I was honest, the thing that bothers me most in this budget is our asset sales targets. We are currently nowhere near our emergency budget target of 244 million. In fact, we're only sitting at 60 million. And whilst we need to be pragmatic and prepared to do things differently, we must ensure that what we sell is absolutely not needed and continue to ask for the evidence to support that. We can't be wedded to assets just because they are physical representations of our presence in communities. However, we must be absolutely certain that in selling something that we currently own is in the best interests of Aucklanders. I think it's important to acknowledge what we're doing internally to assist us in the financially challenging time. I congratulate Jim, Peter, and all of your staff in finding the 120 million with months to go before year end. Our LTP locks in 90 million of ongoing savings for the 10 years. It's actually 100 million actually, if you take the extra 5 million from Auckland Unlimited and 5 million from Auckland Transport. This is the second highest savings target ever achieved by Auckland Council after our emergency budget. And to give it context, that's more than the total rates take from Henderson Massey or Devonport Takapuna local boards this year. The total rate take from those two boards. These cost reductions will bring continuing pressure on our organisation. So whilst our CEO has confirmed that these savings will not impact our service levels, we also need to carefully monitor for and respond appropriately to other impacts. This wouldn't be my budget speech without acknowledging the impact of the water quality targeted rate increase and extension. So my thanks to the Mayor for accepting my amendment I raised to his draft proposal, and to you all for accepting unanimously that amendment that went out to our communities. We know the result of that consultation feedback, and we have a clear mandate to do both. And that means we can deliver additional investment to every local board, as well as bringing forward major infrastructure projects by 6 years in the Manukau Harbour and, of course, the Eastern Isthmus. Long overdue upgrades to the wastewater and stormwater networks in the Western Isthmus are on track to stop regular wastewater spills into Oakley Creek, Viola, Motions Creek and Cox's Creeks by 2028, and deliver step changes in swimmability to the beaches from Point Chevalier to St Mary's Bay, thanks to the water quality targeted rate and the central interceptor. However, the wastewater and stormwater networks around Hobson Bay date from the same era and suffer the same issues. The old issues of combined drainage networks and under capacity infrastructure. As a consequence, the streams of Hobson Bay routinely test up to 200 times above public health guidelines for E. coli, and currently swimming isn't advised. This is unacceptable just when we have spent millions of dollars improving access to that same bit of water. I am beyond excited that the increase of that water quality targeted rate means that we can start work to remediate this next year and not stagnate and remain health compromised with health warnings around that bay for another 6 years. Finally, I'd like to thank you all for your respect and listening to all views over the 150 hours. I'd like to thank our CCOs, our local boards, IMSB, and all our Auckland communities for their input. Once again, Team Auckland worked well together during this process, and I'm pleased about that. My sincere thanks to you, Peter, and your team for their patience when the same question gets asked multiple times. Your professional advice and guidance during the some 150 hours of deliberation with this committee, not to mention multiple more hours with myself. I'd also like to give my thanks to our governance support. I think there have been more than 150 cups of tea. And I also want to make special mention of Tamsin, my CSA, for your support as well. Is it perfect? No, nothing is. We don't know what the future will hold, but in my personal opinion, backed by our Treasury and Finance team, this budget is fiscally prudent enough to ensure that if we stay safe, we will recover well, and if we don't, we can weather that storm too. As a seconder, I commend this LTP Recovery Budget 2021-31 to the vote, and I thank the Mayor for his Team Auckland approach to his final proposal. Thank you. I now ask Mayor Goff for your formal response.
First of all, thank you to everybody who's contributed to the debate, and extra thank you to those that showed the forbearance not to contribute or not to contribute at length because the points had already been made. Look, we are a diverse group around this table, but equally we're members of Team Auckland, and it's probably true that in our party political support, Desley and I don't agree at all on that issue, but we and others around this table, and there are strong members of different parties around this table, have put aside those differences to say, what is the best thing we can do for our city of Auckland? How can we work together to achieve what can be achieved? And how do we come up with a responsible plan to deliver? And, you know, I'm really proud that we have worked in that way. And, you know, probably taking Councillor Darby's advice, I won't talk about all the other councillors and the problems they might be facing, but you're aware of that. We have worked collectively. We've indicated our differences. We've accepted those differences as reflecting honest differences in approaches, but we've tried to get the best we can for our city. And that's something that I think the people of Auckland expect of us and that we have delivered. I pick up Councillor Newman's comment about it must be like herding cats, the diverse nature of the Auckland communities. And we are incredibly diverse. You know, the difference between, say, the community of Councillor Filipaina and the difference between the Chair of the Finance Committee, Councillor Simpson. They're hugely different, but they are all equally Aucklanders, and we need to take account of their needs. And I acknowledge the point made by Councillor Newman that we do have to tackle part of the heritage from the legacy councils of unequal allocation of facilities across the region. Councillor Newman's chair of that body, and we're all going to have to work really hard to see how we can achieve equity without severely punishing some sections of the community that were that inherited an abundance of facilities. I acknowledge that people have had different views. I have not pressured any councillor, and probably referring to the comment by Councillor Stewart, I have not pressured any councillor as to how you should vote on this issue. We've all heard the facts. We've all had the chance to ask questions. Every question that's been asked has been answered. And I rely on the competence and the integrity of everybody to be able to make up their own mind about how they're going to vote. But I do want to make this point. Listening to one councillor, and they made the points quite sincerely, but they didn't want to sell any assets, they didn't want to borrow any more money, and they didn't want to increase rates. If we don't do any of those things, where does that leave us? I think, you know, every one of us needs to consider that if not this, what would you put up to keep the services running, to keep the investment in infrastructure, not to overburden the folk that pay their rates to us, but to allow the city to move forward. And if you don't have an alternative, then it's kind of a little bit the easy way out to oppose what's put up without putting up an alternative. And I think every one of us has got to think about our obligations in that regard. Just touching quickly, and I can't go through every comment that everybody's made, but I've made extensive notes on it. And just the acknowledgement Councillor Hills made in the opening comment that this represents a 70% increase in capital investment over two terms. That is a phenomenal increase. That we are still increasing by 21% in this long-term plan, the budget, when we're burdened with the effects of COVID-19, is a huge achievement. And I want to acknowledge everyone around the table and the local boards and the staff who have worked together to say, what's the right balance of the levers to pull so that we give a fair go to our constituents, but we make progress for our city. And that's always going to be the task, and I think we've addressed it in this budget. Climate change, look, it is a huge challenge. Let's briefly celebrate the progress that we've made. When Bloomberg flew me to Paris a couple of years ago, I was one of a group of 13 mayors in the C40 that agreed that we would phase out all carbon-emitting public transport by 2025. We were the leading 13 in the world. Now we're doing it in 2021. That is something to celebrate. And you know, the rest of the world has moved on equally with us in that regard. Are we doing enough to stop the increase in global warming, to head off catastrophic impacts for our environment and for our economy and for agriculture? And the answer is no, we're not doing enough yet. I'm not saying that the city is carrying the major part of that burden. That has to fall on government that has 93% of the public revenue raised in this country. But we need to do more, and we owe that to future generations to do more. And we would have been doing more, but for COVID. And 2022 in the annual plan is the opportunity when we can step up our actions. And that won't be easy because there's a lot of competing needs in that area. Water quality, I think Councillor Henderson raised, and what we didn't expect before this year, before the last year I should say, was to increase our commitment to investing in water supply by nearly $250 million. We found out the hard way that in the third dry year in a row, we needed greater water resilience, and we've provided that. And we won't run out of water in this country, in this city, but we are having to invest hugely in it. We know that on the other side, the wastewater treatment, we know that the huge advances in the Mangere sewage treatment plant, from somebody that grew up in that area, are enormous. But we know that we've got to stop putting wastewater into our harbour anywhere in the city. And that is a huge task, and I absolutely endorse Councillor Simpson's views on the water quality targeted rate going up, as did the 2/3 of the people that replied both to the Hayland poll and to the submissions that they put down. I acknowledge the comment made first by Councillor Coombe and by others about the consensus building approach, and I think it has served us well. You know, it won't be a perfect budget, but nobody can say that we've just bounced into this and made decisions without considering all of the options and all of the implications of taking each of those options. I think we have done that in a competent and professional way, and we have been well served by our staff in doing that. Look, I acknowledge, and Councillor Mulholland made the point about people out in the community. There'll always be people that have a contrary view. I've at various times been elected to different positions, and if I get 50% of the vote, I think I've done really, really well. And most governments over our history have probably got 35% of the vote or 40%. There will always be other views. We should respect those views and the right of people to hold them and to promote them. And in the end, we still have to do what we believe ourselves is the right thing to do, on the basis that we are probably better informed about the decisions we're making than anyone outside the council, because we spend hours and hours considering it. But yes, we won't get 100%, but that doesn't mean to say that we don't strive to listen to what people's concerns are and to address them as we can. I just want to touch on a couple of things. Councillor Sayers, and beginning there. Look, I appreciate the concerns in the Rodney ward. But I think people, as the Deputy Mayor has said, have to consider where the concerns come from. And at both bookends of the city, in Franklin, where the Deputy Mayor and I live, and Rodney, where you live, we had councils that did not fully depreciate their funds. We had councillors that did not provide decent water supplies. Rodney and Franklin were the worst supplies in the region. And the water supply in your region has gone down by 50% in cost, and the quality's gone up by 100%. And I think that needs to be recognised by folk that live there. And and one difference between Rodney and Franklin was that Franklin had a targeted rate to seal roads, and most of the roads were sealed. And we inherited 95% of the unsealed roads that came from the Rodney ward. I want to see those roads sealed, but on a 5%, we can make some progress. On a 3.5%, we can't. That's the advice that we have from officers. To Councillor Stewart, and listen to your concerns as well. You and I attended the opening of the new Ormiston Town Centre, and Councillor Young pointed out quite well, we're going to be investing pretty soon 25 million in the new community centre and the library in that area. That will give you one of the most modern and best community centres and libraries in the area. We're spending 1.3 billion on the Eastern Busway, and that's only the first leg of it. Pakuranga, Pamua to Pakuranga, and then we'll go on to Botany. That runs into billions of dollars, and I'm not sure how the people of Howick can say that we should provide those things but not have a revenue source that enables us to do that. You know, there's a huge, and to be fair to East Auckland, they were underserved in public transport, dramatically underserved in the past, but we are addressing that, and Councillor Young's been a strong advocate for that, and I thank you for that. Likewise, Councillor Watson, you know, listen carefully to what you said, but there are a couple of things. We've had to give away a whole lot of things that we couldn't do because of COVID, but what are the things that we kept up? We kept up the investment in the Orewa seawall. We've kept up the investment in the Scotts Point Sports Park, two major areas of infrastructure that we're delivering in your area. And you know, it's not fair to say, well, we want those things, but we're not going to pay for them. And, you know, I won't mention the Hibiscus Coast Youth Centre. It's a small amount of money. You and I have had long discussions about that, and I'm pleased that we're making the investment in it. But if we are to do these things, you cannot have expenditure without revenue to support it. And if we don't get this revenue, and if the 5% didn't go through, there's a whole range of things that we wouldn't be doing. I want to probably finally just celebrate, and I think Councillor Darby did this, we've got a hell of a lot that we've still got to do. We won't run out of challenges on this council. There'll always be things, more things that we want to do than we can afford to do. But I'm just thinking of a few of the things that I've visited around the region. And I'd start with the CRL because we've just marked so many milestones. It is 4.3 billion and we're paying half of that. But, you know, we've started work on the Aotea station. We've started work on the Karangahape Road station. We've started work at the Mount Eden end of it. You can just see it outside our own office buildings, the progress that we're making day after day, which will have huge impacts for the city. I went out with two of my South Auckland colleagues to the Awakeri wetlands, and I've said it before, but if you haven't been out there, have a look at that as a perfect example of how we dealing with floodwaters and restoring a natural environment and making it a place of beauty for the community. And equally, if I looked at Councillor Casey in the Oawanga area, the Oakley Creek area, well, for years I represented that area and it was kaikuia grass and a couple of scrubby exotic trees and a concrete drain. And now it's a beautiful natural wetland area with playgrounds, with people using it all the time. There are fantastic things that we're doing. Go downtown and have a look at Te Komititanga and have a look at the progress that we're making on Te Wananga, the harbour park next to the ferry building, and the way that Quay Street is looking. I had dinner down there the other day and the restaurant owner came up and said, he's the guy that owns Rod and Gun and the next restaurant next to it, this is just fantastic. This is really transforming our city. And we're doing so many of these things around the city that, you know, there is nothing to be ashamed of in the efforts that we're making. Look at the progress of the Northern Busway, and it's still, you know, I went there with the local councillors as well, and you just see the progress being made day after day. The Eastern Busway, yeah, we've been hit by COVID, and suddenly we lose 25 million passenger trips a year that were happening on public transport, but we will get them back, and that will be part of a transformation of a city that will be world class. And we are all working towards that end. So I think I've said enough. It's the end of a long process. I thank everybody for their forbearance. I thank those of you that can support this budget. I think it's the right thing to do. Like all political moves, it involves compromise and it involves prioritisation. But that's the world we live in. We don't live in a dream world where these things can be done, but they'd somehow never have to be paid for. This is a realistic budget. It does do the right thing. It does move to the transformation of our city, and it does actually cope with the biggest crisis we have faced in our revenue with COVID-19, and it comes through with a solid answer to that crisis and a solid path forward. I commend it to all of you. Thank you very much.
Kia ora, thank you, Mayor. Ladies and gentlemen, 150 hours, a lot of debate, a lot of smiles. It's been moved and seconded. I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour say...
Sorry, Madam Chair, just a point of order, and I don't mean to interrupt. I'm just wondering if you're just going to be handling this in the normal way where people record their opposition against any part of the budget.
The only person I have heard recording a vote against a clause was Councillor Newman.
Well,
yeah.
Okay, so I'm another person then.
What would you like to?
So I'll record my vote against A1D.
The 5%.
Yeah, the same, Madam Chair.
Councillor Watson, Councillor Sayers, Councillor Stewart, Councillor Walker against capital D, the 5%. Yes, Councillor?
Record my vote against A, Roman numeral 4, and IB. Sorry,
just catch me.
1B.
Is that the community services?
That's community services, and B is the asset recycling target.
Right. Got that?
Can I ask a point of clarification, Madam Chair? I respect the right of councillors to recall their vote against that, but this is a package, so if you don't support the 5%, then presumably you're not supporting what the package, 5% package represents. So shouldn't it be either a vote against the package of 5% or an alternative? It doesn't, it's kind of counterintuitive to separate that out. Just
Well, speaking to the point of order, Chair, I mean, it's a matter of debate, not a point of order, that Councillor Kuma is raising. But I mean, she's inviting debate on this. Some of us, well, I have to speak for my own position. One of the reasons why I'm voting against A, Roman numeral 4, is that the information contained doesn't actually demonstrate how that will be funded. If Councillor Coombe has the answer, that's great. I don't, which is why I'm voting against it. But that's not a point of order. I think that it's either an up or down.
I think it's more around AI, which is ABCD, which is the whole levered package. That's more the debate. Just a minute, please. Give me a couple of minutes.
Just if I can speak to the point of order, look, the way that we've done this in the past, generally people find a lot of things they want to support in the budget, but there are some things that they're against, and we've normally allowed people to do as they've just done, to record their vote against, and I'm happy to proceed in that way. It's worked in the past for us, and I think we should do it in the same way this time.
All right. It's your proposal. I support that as well. So I have those... A4. No more? Right, let's start this again. It's moved by the Mayor, seconded by myself. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? Abstentions? Carried. Thank you very much. On that happy note, I think we'll break for lunch. Thank you. Okay, welcome back. Welcome back. Have I got enough people in the room? Let's have a look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yes, I do. Right. Item 10. So we've done the mayoral proposal. This is other proposals, and I welcome to the table Michael Burns, our Manager of Financial Strategy. Welcome, Michael, and Ross. While you're both here, I just want to give my personal thanks to you both for the outstanding professionalism you've handled during all our workshops. You've done a great job, both of you. Thank you. So, over to you.
Kia ora all. So this is just a report to cover a number of items that we've consulted with the public on that do not sit within the mayoral proposal. Firstly, it covers 3 proposals to change control or ownership of assets that could be deemed strategic, those being Bledisloe House, a series of properties in the waterfront precinct, and 2 properties in Devonport and Takapuna. The second part of the report concerns a number of policies that have either been revised or need to be included in the long-term plan, those being the CCO accountability policy, the Auckland Airport shareholding policy, and the local board funding policy. And then the third component of the report outlines current draft service level measures and targets that are to be included in the long-term plan. These are all subject to ongoing work on finalising, but just to incorporate those and so visibility of them. Happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Right, we have gone through this, but I will open for questions. First question from Councillor Hills.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There was a judicial review to get the 2 North Shore properties out for consultation. Would you be able to, or someone from the team be able to reiterate what the submission numbers were on that? Just for, we have been presented that, but it's a little bit hidden in the, just on 3 Victoria
Yes,
and 2
so in the report, there were 2 properties, as you stated, number 2, the Strand in Takapuna, that received 9 submissions in support, 4 against, and for the property at 3 Victoria Road received 8 submissions in support and 6 that did not support.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Darby.
Yeah, I noticed that too, and Councillor Halls, what I've been talking about this is it just feels like there's no risk that we've missed a body of submissions on that. I mean, it just looked like, considering, a particular action in the court and a group that was supposed to be a part of objecting, have we, there's no risk that we've missed a big body of submissions or something like that? You're absolutely confident?
No, this is from the analysis we've done. One of those submissions was representing a group, from memory. But there were also, we could note the Auckland Ratepayers Alliance submissions, which all express support for these asset sales proposals as well. So you could look at that either way.
That's mentioned in the report too, yeah. No further questions? Right, any comments? Yeah, absolutely. Councillor Coon.
Is it just on this part or the whole report? Oh, thank you. Tēnā koroa, thank you. I think, Michael, you know what I'm going to ask, because I do think it would be useful to have it clarified for all members around the performance measures on page 342 of the agenda. And that I think we should all be signed up to the fact that we don't have a target to kill 593 people in the next financial year, which would be very troubling and offensive.
Yes, so that's we're working with Auckland Transport to finalise that measure. There is we're governed for some of our performance measures by rules that are set by the Department of Internal Affairs. They require us to have a deaths and serious injuries measure
that identifies the amount of reduction in a number. And so whereas we may have preferred to talk about the reduction in percentage terms or in the past, but we will need to update that and correct it back to something that expresses the reduction in, or the targeted reduction in deaths and serious injuries as a number. So that measure and those targets will be updated for the final.
Thank you. And I think, Madam Chair, you've said that to me directly, just that can be done within the
Within the current resolution,
within the
correct.
resolution. But can I?
And
I
it'll
do
be
feel
amended for the final.
Yeah, thank you. And whatever we can do to really push that, we shouldn't have any target that suggests there is an aim to have a certain number. No number is acceptable. What we're aiming to do is to reduce that. And I mean, the percentage I would have thought is the right approach, but if that can just be taken on board in any way that we can push back to make sure, it's updated. Thank you.
Yes, we'll do that. And the key part for this measure will be to how we can clarify what the long-term zero goal is and the targets included in that.
No further comments? I'll call for a mover and a deputy chair will move. Councillor Mulholland will second. Any comments on this? If there's so, is that you trying to talk to us, Councillor?
No, I'm fine, thanks.
Oh, great. Okay, thank you. No comments? Right, committed to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against?
Aye.
Carried. Thank you. Now we move to the Palermo public transport targeted rate, and I welcome Andrew and Aaron. Good afternoon. Who's going to lead off?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Council consulted on introducing a bus service between Palermo and Albany to be funded by a targeted rate. After considering the feedback, the local boards received the report on this and decided they don't want to progress with the service and targeted rate this year, but will do some further engagement with their community and consider it again for next year after completing that work.
Right, I think this is pretty black and white, really. Any questions? Comment from the Deputy Chair.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just a brief comment to say that I'm delighted that the local board are going to look at that again next year. I think that we should be looking at funding more bus routes in outer areas and places like Palermo. So I'd really encourage that, and I hope that we can get a better chance next time. So well done, Upper Harbour.
Thank you. Any other comments? Well, I'm happy to move this. Do I have a seconder? Deputy Mayor? Oh, no. Councillor Mulholland? Could you decide quickly? Okay, it'll be moved by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Mulholland. All those in favour say aye. Against?
Aye.
Carried. Thank you. Now we move on to item 12, which is the changes to the urban rating area and the rating of farm and lifestyle properties within the urban rating area. And we stay with Andrew and welcome Beth as well. Andrew, over to you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. The report on the agenda today is recommending decisions on the proposals to extend the urban rating area and apply residential rates to farm and lifestyle properties within the URA. Got a short presentation that will go over the issues and our advice. Considers, set out a response to some of the questions you've asked us about the rating issues and infrastructure on the Hengaia Peninsula. So that arose from questions you raised at the workshop on the 5th of May that we haven't had an opportunity to answer yet. The current urban rating area is based on the metropolitan urban limit that was part of our planning rules that we had inherited at the amalgamation of the councils. It's now out of date with the adoption of the unitary plan. At present, residential and business properties outside the urban rating area pay 90% of the rates in the dollar that residential properties within the urban rating area pay, and business properties as well. Farm and lifestyle properties within the urban rating area pay 80% of the rates in the dollar that their residential neighbours pay. So the proposal that was consulted on was to extend the urban rating area to include all live zoned land within the rural-urban boundary in the unitary plan, except Warkworth. We also proposed to rate farm and lifestyle properties in the urban rating area as urban residential. The city's expanding, and these changes ensure all ratepayers have their rates calculated on a similar basis to their neighbours as the city grows. Now, while farm and lifestyle properties within the urban rating area make less use of council services than their more intensely developed residential neighbours, they've got access to the same services, and the cost of the council making those available are similar because most of the costs of our services are fixed. The proposal uses our planning rules as the basis for changes to the URA now and automatically in the future, as we did previously with the metropolitan urban limit. Provides a mechanism for future adjustments as the city grows, eliminating the requirement to address this issue annually on a subjective and case-by-case basis. Service levels and accessibility formed a key part of our initial analysis that you saw before Christmas, and of the supporting information we provided to assist consultation. They were a key issue raised in feedback, particularly from those in the areas that were affected, and in questions we've received from elected members. So we've investigated these issues extensively and provided information in the report on today's agenda, so you've got the material you need to have in front of you to support your decision making. The nature of council services varies widely across the city, as does relative accessibility to our facilities. This reflects historical decisions based on the preferences of the former councils and their communities. The variations in service levels and accessibility aren't unique to the areas we're proposing be included in the URA. Some of these areas have got services similar to neighbouring properties within the urban rating area, and to other areas on the present urban fringe who already pay urban rates like Waiheke, Titirangi and Langholm, for example. Now, our rates are a wealth tax on property. They're not a charge for service. However, the Local Government Act requires the council to consider a range of factors in making decisions on its rating policy, including, amongst other elements, the benefits properties receive from the services provided. Now, our advice has provided you with a detailed analysis of these issues to support your decision making. We'd note that it's not practical to set our rates based on the services available to each property. It's beyond our resources and current technology. So there's not a solely service-based approach that could be more than arbitrary given the complexity of our service offering and the historical variation across the city. However, land and capital values will reflect the accessibility and nature of council services available to properties, along with a whole range of other factors, and this is only one element clearly, but it is nevertheless an element. And we consider that having the rates on that capital value delivers an equitable basis to capture variations in service levels and accessibility. So the decisions you're making require the exercise of judgment, weighing the matters set out in their legislation, informed by the advice tendered in our report, which brings together our earlier advice and responses to the issues that have been raised in feedback and by yourselves. Feedback from consultation, where support for both proposals was over 50%, but was opposed by those who were going to be affected directly by it, and obviously your debate today. So our view is, after reviewing our earlier advice and investigating the matters that have been raised in feedback and by yourselves, that the proposals should be adopted as consulted on, but with the changes phased in over 3 years to mitigate the impact, particularly in the first year when we've got a slightly higher general rates increase. We'd also note there's a miscellaneous remissions policy available where properties where their rates might be unreasonable in relation to comparable rating units, and of course that our rates team will respond to any questions about the basis upon which properties are being assessed to ensure that they are being treated appropriately. Thank you. Beth and I are happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Andrew. I'm going to kick it off. I want to talk to you about Whenuapai and Herald Island, all right? I went out there with you, and as a result of that conversation, the locals submitted a map for consideration where they felt the rural-urban boundary should go. I want to know why, in your professional opinion, you do not agree with that map that was submitted by that group.
Thank you. Yes, we have had a look at the map that was submitted by the group and have visited the area and looked carefully at their situation relative to the rest of the city. There's 550 rating units in the Whenuapai village area and Herald Island, 270 in Herald Island. Whenuapai village doesn't have water and wastewater.
Sorry, it has. Whenuapai village has water, Herald Island has water and wastewater.
No, they don't have wastewater. Don't have footpaths on both sides of the street, generally only on one side. There is a bus to the Whenuapai village, but not to Herald Island, which is 600 to 1600 metres away from the bus service. However, across the combined area, there are 15 reserves, 3 playgrounds, an exercise circuit, tennis court, and a small playing field. They do have some small community facilities that are council owned but run by community volunteers, 2 halls including an old post office museum and an old fire station. Now, the analysis that we've presented to you in our report today shows comparisons between the service in these areas and in other parts of the city at fringe. We haven't included these particular smaller facilities that are available. I think there's 3 on Herald Island for the 270 properties. But when looking at the relative accessibility, we've looked at more substantial council services that are further away. For example, they're about 8 to 15 minutes away from the library at Westgate. They're 4 minutes from the new Whenuapai special housing area development. It's got a new playground there, and 7-minute drive to Westgate. And I just repeat the earlier statement. We've got wide variety of services levels across the city and accessibility. And while the services in these areas might not be exactly the same as an area that's completely new, they are quite similar to other fringe areas of the city that are being urban rated already, and quite close to the developing area at Westgate. Beth, anything on the map you'd like to add?
Just in terms of the map, we did submit an alternative proposal for excluding Herald Island and Whenuapai, which just limits it to those areas that you're concerned with. And it means that if there's any changes to the future urban parts around it, they'll automatically be incorporated.
So that's one of the options that's presented in our paper, because it was one of the issues that councillors had expressed concern about. That's discussed in our advice. Our recommendation remains that they be included to treat them equitably with other fringe urban areas. Nevertheless, that's an option.
My second question, but before I ask, I should call for a mover and a seconder. Councillor Henderson, do you want to move? Do I have a seconder? Councillor Dalton, thank you. You also want to add something else?
Oh, yes, that I stopped at the recommendations, but I hadn't addressed the Ngaya issue. My apologies.
Oh, sorry. Well, can I just ask my second question on Herald Island and Whenuapai, then we'll go on to Hingaya, right? So my second question, and I think you've answered it, I just want to be absolutely sure, because Herald Island, I went to Herald Island. If you haven't been, team, you should go. Beautiful. Just stunning. But on there, they had a cute little, and I'll call it a library. It's a room with some books in it, and a cute little, I'll call it a community centre, but it actually is just, it's not even probably as big as this. You didn't include that library and that room as what I'll call a local community centre. You didn't include those two facilities as community facilities for Herald Island. Is that correct?
When we talk about community facilities and say there's 4 that counted that number, in terms of distance to things like community centres, they weren't counted. They weren't counted for a library. They are counted under our community facilities network plan as having a art centre, as you noted, but I did note in my documentation that that was just that small venue there and gave the distance to the Commons estate, which is further from them.
Thank you, I think that's important. Apologies for jumping in, please cover Hengaia.
So at the 5 May workshop, there were some questions asked about the proposal to include properties in the Hengaia Peninsula in the urban rating area. Now, at present, part of the peninsula is included in the urban rating area and part isn't. So you can see on the map there, the red line delineates the urban from the rural. So concern's been expressed that some of the properties in the area are struggling to develop. Now, the council provides the bulk infrastructure to support development, and all of that has been provided to the Hengaia Peninsula. So they've got the bulk capacity provided by the council that would allow them to develop. However, in Hengaia and elsewhere in the city, the developers provide the local infrastructure that enables their development to connect to the council's bulk systems. In Hengaia, you've got some fragmented land ownership, and you need agreement from multiple landowners. Generally, you've got a couple of the bigger developers, they'd put some of this works in, and the smaller ones would then be able to connect to it. There are issues in the Hengaia space, and there's some problems securing that agreement. So the Hayfield SHA is developing, as you can see on the map. Beth, do you want to talk us through this?
So just looking at this map here, it shows you a Google map from 2021. As you can see, there's extensive development occurring outside the current boundary. You can also see that there's some greenfield area within the current boundary. Some of those developments have already progressed to the point that ones that are outside already progressed to having houses on. Others, like Hayfield SHA, part of that has already gone into subdivision. It has all the services required for that. But other parts of the Hayfield SHA have been delayed because of the collapse of the developer agreement around the supply of water. So one of the developers has gone into liquidation, and that means that the other developers that were waiting for them to complete their part of the work are now held up. So it's just highlighting again that it's very hard to draw a line between those that can develop and those can't, and because the reasons behind why projects may be delayed. It's ultimately up to the developers themselves and whether they can reach agreement.
So on both sides of the boundary, you've got properties developing. However, on both sides, there are some issues that are delaying development. You can see here, reinforcing the point we made earlier, that land and capital values will reflect differences between properties and hence the rates they paid. You can see the undeveloped property, capital value, land value 27 million, developed property, land value 90, capital value 114, affecting their rates. So looking at the question that was put to us, if we retain the current boundary, you're going to have an equitable treatment of neighbouring properties across that boundary, whether they're developed or undeveloped. They'll pay different rates on either side if we retain the status quo. Now, we could look to redefine the boundary based on ability to develop, but that would require a property by property assessment and trying to draw some judgments about whether the delays to development were because I was keen, but unfortunately my neighbour wasn't, or I was being difficult about development and not really making the contribution to getting that local network infrastructure done. Some quite tricky issues to draw judgments on. We could introduce a remission. We'd have to go and consult on that first, and it would also require that property by property assessment, whether some of the factors will be difficult to make an assessment of. Our recommendation is to adopt a proposal that will deliver an equitable basis for setting the rates for properties in the Hingaya Peninsula, see that they're rated fairly relative to their neighbours. And we'd also note that some of these development issues would apply to existing greenfields areas already in the urban rating area.
Okay, questions? Councillor Sayers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Beth and Andrew, thank you for all the work you've done here. And also, I want to acknowledge the ongoing support that they've given to me as a councillor trying to get to the bottom of this issue. So I've just got two questions. In the report, it talks about, and I'll concentrate on Kemu, Huapai and Riverhead, that they could be excluded, right, as part of the consultation process. So why, it seems like we put it in, but it could be excluded, which is a little bit counterintuitive. But is that really saying, Andrew, that today it's our judgment call on the information that you're giving us today, whether we include those or not?
Yes, definitely.
Okay, thank you. And would it be within scope if I put up a potential amendment to have Huapai, Kemu, Riverhead and potentially Dairy Flat, which are all within Rodney, deferred on the grounds of sensible argument, and if my colleagues agree with that judgment call, that could be deferred to the next LTP? Is that within scope or out of scope of the consultation that we've done?
That's definitely within the scope of the consultation. We identified Kemu, Huapai, Riverhead area in particular as areas with higher levels of service availability and access than rural areas, but not quite as high as the urban areas, and that's all laid out in the materials, and the choice in regard to that was particularly highlighted, and obviously the choice exists for all the other elements of this decision as well.
So supplementary, if I may, because I think that's a good question. In your professional opinion, should they be included?
We would say that yes, they should be included. There's some examples of the relative rates in the report and or the previous workshop advice that we provided you with. And while the service levels aren't quite at urban levels, they're above rural, the areas are developing fast, and the relative land values will reflect the relative accessibility to services.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Watson.
I just want to start with picking up the commentary on our obligations under the Local Government Act at point 20, when making decisions, the council is limited by the scope of the original consultation. Decisions can only be made within the bounds of the options considered in the proposal. So I'm assuming from that wording there that we are bound by the precise wording that we included in our consultation document.
So that would apply within reason, and the consultation was on an option to extend the urban rating area. The status quo always remains an option, and the areas that Councillor Sayers asked about are not in the urban rating area under the status quo. So that's within the scope.
So I'm picking up on some specific and fundamental phrasing from our proposal, which said extending the urban rating area, so land that has that land affected, basically, quote, pays the same urban rates as nearby properties that have access to a similar level of service. So we all understand what the word nearby means, don't we? You know, something's nearby, it's a short distance, not far away or close. Obviously, that's pretty much our understanding of it. However, and I'm talking about Herald Island and Whenuapai here, when it gets to your recommendation to exclude Herald Island and Whenuapai Village, these areas have similar service levels and development to urban rated areas in Waiheke or Langhorne, and that's repeated throughout. So are Waiheke and Langholm nearby to Herald Island and Whenuapai, because clearly nearby in the context of this area is West Harbour, it's Hobsonville, it's Greenhithe, it's Albany at a pinch. Are they the new pin-up boys and girls for urban amenity in Auckland, Waiheke Island and Langholm?
So there's a couple of issues here. One is the similar level of service. You've got a full analysis of the service accessibility of that all the various areas of Auckland do, an acknowledgement in that advice that the service levels differ across the region, and identification from an equity perspective, which is one of the other matters that's implicitly required to be considered by us in providing you with advice on rating matters, that there are other parts of the city with similar levels of service, and we've provided that advice to support your consideration of the issue.
Just further to that, the access to community facilities is very similar for Herald Island, Whenuapai Village and Whenuapai SHA, which you seem to be agreeing to go in terms of that they will have to travel to many of the facilities. In terms of things like licking footpaths or connections to water and wastewater, any of the undeveloped land that's within Hobsonville and in the Whenuapai SHA will have similar levels of service.
Well, I guess I don't want to get into a disagreement with what's the appropriate levels of service, but I just wanted to make that point there that Waiheke and Langholm, which by the sound of things, a case could have been made for them going back the other way, as indeed is which has happened with some other property, aren't nearby properties, and any of the submitters have not compared themselves to Langholm or Waiheke Island. That's an entirely inappropriate comparison point in terms of the actual wording of the consultation. The other point I wanted to question you about on page 463 of the supporting information goes to, and this was again fairly important to submitters, it states that it is appropriate to charge urban rates if on average the service levels available in the area are similar to other areas. So on average again, a standard or level that is considered to be typical or usual. So in terms on average, the service levels for that charge to be justified would have to be similar to the surrounding areas, and that would have to be looking at it across the board. So we identified 3 clear areas, didn't we? Public transport, travel demand, community services, which we're concentrating on a lot, are just a third of that. And then we have roads and stormwater infrastructure. So that commentary there tells us we're going to look at this on average, and we're going to compare it to nearby properties. I don't see where the on average assessment has occurred in terms of across all those facilities in relation to specific areas.
So the information we've provided you does set out the current state of the services, particularly on, say, if we take, for example, Herald Island and Whenuapai. If you look in our report, the nature of the footpaths and stormwaters is referred to in there. And you can see that in relation to newly developing areas of the city, water areas in the other parts of the fringe, and similarly the discussion of community services and access to other facilities and public transports available for you to consider. That information is there for you to exercise your judgment on what you think will be fair and equitable. There were questions raised during the consultation which have helped our work, and we've sought to inform those so you can have that in front of you today and have the debate that you're asking questions of now, Councillor.
Yeah. Okay, so just a couple of factual items just to pick up, which are important in terms of accuracy of information here. In respect of the comparison of service levels on page 408, wastewater, it says yes for Herald Island and Whenuapai Village, but we should have made it clear that it's no for Whenua-Pai Village, shouldn't we?
Thanks for that, and we've spotted that as well.
Okay.
I think Beth mentioned it earlier in the
Yes.
presentation. So
Okay, and
good
then
spotting.
it is in a footnote there, but it is important to it's not picked up elsewhere, but the footnote here in terms of the bus service, there is no bus service on Herald Island.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
I saw the bus when I visited, but I think it was being cancelled at the time.
Yep. And in terms of that arts centre, cultural centre, we're still persisting with that in terms of the council definition as it goes to a facility. Even in this instance, it's housing a couple of paintings. So we haven't taken that out, even though we're saying it's a cultural centre.
When we've noted
stretch.
that it is indeed a council facility that's available on the island. However, when comparing the relative accessibility to art centres, the distance that we've provided in our analysis is to the one in Westgate, or the Corbin estate, because of the difference in the scale of the, as you pointed out, Councillor.
Okay, so just my final question, Madam Chair, and it goes to the notion of what councillors should be considering here, is that we should be bound by the exact wording that we've proposed on, because that's what the public have submitted on in good faith, and that we should be looking to come together for some average assessment across the three main areas that we identified repeatedly throughout that consultation and the supporting information in terms of stormwater roading, community facilities, transport and travel demand. That's correct, isn't it?
That's the information we've provided you with to support your decision making.
Yeah, and just finally, the Langhome Waiheke Island standard, the prominence it seems to have taken, certainly in a number of points in relation to Herald Island and Whenua-Pai. That's not contingent or in keeping with the settlements nearby. It's a standard that we're making a judgment on as being similarly rated, but in this instance not appropriate to the nearby suburbs that people have actually submitted on. And I make that point because I think it's an important one in terms of the good faith submissions of people, and they're unable to compare or make a case with Langhome and Waiheke unless they live there or they're aware of it. Okay, sorry, that was a bit garbled, but I think I made my point.
Yeah, yeah. All right, I'll talk later. Councillor Walker.
Sure. So I've just got a question around Whenua-Pai, and that goes to the comparison between Whenua-Pai and future urban zones. Future urban zones are defined as areas that, for example, don't have bulk infrastructure, and the items there that you cover off are stormwater, water and wastewater, and also arterial roads. If we look at Whenua-Pai, how does Whenua-Pai compare in respect of the bulk infrastructure that's available?
So just noting obviously that Herald Island does have water and wastewater already. Just a comment around future urban zone. The delivery of these services happen over different periods of time. Things like arterial roads, because they travel through areas. Some areas may actually have an arterial road. Other properties within the FUZ may actually be able to connect up to some services in adjacent areas. That's one of the issues we have, is that you can't necessarily define this at a property by property level. The planning rules give us a good broad indication of where services are available now. The Whenua-Pai village itself, as you note, is surrounded by future urban, but it was allowed to develop up to a higher level than the current rural development that's allowed in the future urban zone.
So just to be clear then, you're saying that Whenua-Pai village is surrounded by future urban, which of course doesn't have bulk infrastructure. So what I'm trying to arrive at is the similarity between Whenua-Pai village and the future urban area that lies around it, that is left out of the urban rating area. So my question, which follows on from the comparison that Councillor Watson was making around all of those other services that aren't available, also goes to the issue of bulk infrastructure and the unavailability of that as it goes to Whenuapai for a number of those services. And I just wanted to establish whether that's the case or not. And what time frame are we looking at for possible provision of any of these services within the 10-year plan?
I'm afraid you have to talk to our planning department about that and look at what investment we're making through the capital program. As you are aware, it's Zone Future Urban, so it's not planned to develop now. It will be in the future. There is a reasonable amount of land within the urban rating area that is paying urban rates already, that doesn't have services such as water, wastewater, varying levels of standards of roads. It just reflects the fact that these areas will develop at different times to different standards, and Whenuapai Village and Herald Island are just other examples of this.
Are there other areas, though, around Auckland that effectively are surrounded by future urban? So they're almost an island, if you like. Are there other comparisons, or is this a distinct area in terms of an anomaly?
So there is dairy flat properties that have been picked up like this. Obviously, most of the urban area is, because it's based on the current MUL, is fairly developed. There's certainly examples of areas such as Hingaia, where you've got properties very similar to the ones on Herald Island and Whenuapai Village that are surrounded by greenfield and don't have the local network connections to connect. There's Kimuhuapai, which are obviously surrounded by rural land as opposed to future urban zone. So
my other question just goes to the maps. Is it the case that it's very easy to identify the particular areas in Whenuapai and in Herald Island that we're discussing here that are anomalies? You can draw a line around them fairly easily?
I have provided those maps as attachment F to the report.
A couple of key points here. Herald Island and Whenuapai don't have the same level of service or the same development potential as, say, Flatbush or some of the other areas of the city we see developing rapidly at the city fringe. However, they have got, for many of these services, they are within a reasonable distance already of many council facilities. The level of service that they are presently receiving is not unique, nor is their development potential. There are many other parts of the city with a similar level of development potential that are already in their urban rating area, many other parts of the city with similar degrees of access to service or the nature of stormwater or footpath services and roads. There's a lot of information in the materials we've provided you with today to allow you to make a judgment on what will be the equitable basis to rate these properties.
My last question really just goes to this aspect of capital value. So my understanding from what you were saying is that capital value is a good reflection on where a property is at in terms of its appropriateness to pay rates around a level of service or the like, or at least is reflecting most appropriately the rating from a property tax point of view.
The land and capital value of a property will reflect a range of factors, but it will also reflect the accessibility and nature of council services. They may not be the primary factors, but they will be reflected in the property's values.
So I guess that the follow-on question I've got is, in an instance where we are relying very much on capital value as being reflective of an appropriate rate, is it not conceivable that if you've got anomalies, and I'm referring to Herald Island and Whenuapai, that not including those areas in the urban rating area may be a good match for the level of service criteria, but you've still got the capital value to fall back on? And would that not be a fairer approach for us to take?
That is certainly one of the approaches that's available to the councillors today to consider. We would not argue for that. Our professional view is that they are not anomalies in terms of their service levels. There are other parts of the city with similar service levels, so they're not unique in that respect. And that the best mechanism we have of treating everyone equitably is through the capital value rating system.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other further questions? Yes, I have. Councillor Filipaina.
Thank you, Chair. Andrew and Beth, tēnā korua. Look, I just want to ask a couple of simple questions. In regards to the report that you've done, bearing in mind all the information you received in the submissions, plus also taking into effect Part 6 of the Local Government Act 2002, is that all the information that you were given to us at workshops and also the information contained in this report, that the recommendations are to the best of your ability and experience, the best recommendations for us to consider to move forward in regards to addressing the inequality that is raised in point 16.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hills.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, team, for the work done on this. I know it's been very complicated. My question is, pre-2016, this adjustment happened automatically. Based on the evidence you've given us, if that process had still happened, would these properties already be paying urban rates without the decision we're making today?
It's difficult to say because the unitary plan rules differ from the MUL, and that's why we're going through this decision process. Most of this development land would have been included within the MUL and would have automatically been rated as it grew, but I can't speak to specifics for specific areas.
Okay, so before, but even though it's a slightly different process, this would have, when you change the boundary, automatically the rates would have changed as opposed to this process.
And I mean, perhaps as an example, if you look at Hungaya, which was based around the MUL, you can see it captured a lot of land. It's very similar to Herald Island, to Whenuapai Village. You can see that little bit of development just on the coast there. That's all, you know, properties that developed a while ago that don't have water, don't have wastewater, don't have a bus service, don't have footpaths, but they've been paying urban rates under the MUL since the start of the rating policy.
So when the MUL expanded out to this area, then these properties were captured in the urban rating boundary.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Right, we'll move to comments. Comments. Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you, Beth and Andrew, for this work. The stuff is challenging here, and when I first saw it, I was against it because I thought there was too many anomalies. But the deeper I dived into with the information and the one-on-one sessions I had with our staff, actually, I came to the realisation, one, there are variations of service levels and the quality of those services right across the city. There's no standard. So it's an anomalous measurement to have. Are these the areas more akin to an urban form than a rural form? Are they live zoned? Those are the key points. And just because it's not developed, because a developer or a property owner decides they don't want to fund the infrastructure, there's no reason why it can't actually be activated into a residential or a business zone or whatever. It can be up, it is live zone, so it can happen. It's that choice of that person not to do so. Their property values have risen, And I'll give them fair credit because they're actually paying rates, even if all they be rural rates, but they're paying them on a very high valuation. They will go again once the live zoning is activated. Most of these areas are really highly fragmented anyway. And I look at the ones that are down south, there's a lot of them. There's areas that is going to be developed in the foreseeable future. And just because someone doesn't want to sell or fund that development themselves, there's no reason for them to remain a rural rate when everything around them is currently urban or is going to be urban in the foreseeable future. In fact, some of these property owners are getting in the way of the urbanisation of the land around them. And that is part of the problem. So there will be anomalies here, and there is an out. So if someone feels they have been untruly handled with this phase and approach, and they don't want it, there is a rates remission process they can enter into, or they can talk to our staff about, okay, what is more fair and what is more equitable on a one-on-one basis, not as a group. But I think there's a far better way forward. Generally speaking, and there will be problems, I'm sure. We identified mapping areas with Andrew and Beth. We identified some anomalies in infrastructure provisioning that it wasn't actually for that area, and we got those changed. And I thank them for that. But this process allows for the out, but also puts a lot in that probably should be paying a urban rate as they are live zoned, and that's a critical point. Thank you.
And Madam Chair, just a point of order, I did signal that I wanted to put an amendment forward. Can that amendment be put forward?
Yes, it can.
Please.
Hold on, we'll take that amendment then, because we've got to move on second to the substantive. We'll take that amendment.
Should have done it bloody the workshop.
So do you have a seconder, Councillor?
Do I have a seconder? Anybody? Tracy, thank you.
Right, we have an amendment. Would you like to speak to your amendment, Councillor?
I would. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. And I'm really going to echo the message that we got from the local board chair when Phelan came in to speak to us on this topic. And I think the key message I'm trying to deliver here is it's not appropriate. What I've done is I've ring-fenced out some Rodney townships that are currently included in the proposal. And what I'm suggesting is it's too early to go with those particular townships, and I'm about to explain why. Uniquely, and the mayor raised this earlier about targeted rates and how Franklin put in a targeted rate to get their roads sealed. Well, Rodney did put in a targeted rate, a transport targeted rate. Now, they could use that for road sealing, whatever they wanted to. But what they chose to do is actually there's no bus services provided by Auckland Transport into those areas. So they're funding those themselves out of a targeted rate. When that targeted rate went in, it was equivalent to a 7.3% average rate increase for those ratepayers, the catchment, and that's all of Rodney's paying that. So they're taking that money and trying to get some basic services in there. So it's the reason why those communities have overwhelmingly said, look, we don't think it's the right thing to do, is because they know that the infrastructure isn't up to scratch to the rest of the area. The officers are saying something different, but the community is saying, well, we live this, we experience this, and the local board and myself are trying to explain that they're right. The fact that they'd have to pay again on top of that so soon without the infrastructure being in there isn't right. They are building up, as the Deputy Mayor said, they are changing over time, they are building up, but the investments back into their by Auckland Council aren't occurring. In fact, the chair of the Rodney Local Board has indicated that there's been no investment over 7 years into those areas by Auckland Council in significant ways, particularly, and this is the pain point, and this is the main point that came across in the documentation, the feedback that came back, was around the traffic around the roads. So central government put in some special housing areas which are online now. They've come online, they're live. As a result of that, the traffic has increased. What didn't happen, and Auckland Council, we opposed it because we knew this was going to happen, right? It's gone in. They have to keep giving those building consents by law. We have to keep processing them as a regulatory agency. We can't stop it. But the cars keep turning up there. Not cycleways, not walkways, not bus services, not swimming pools, not new facilities. They just haven't existed. So
That's why I asked the question of Andrew earlier. It's a judgment call. They put it into this paper to go out for consultation, but we can take it out. And that's what I'm suggesting we should do, because another 3 years when we relook at the LTP, and this was the plea from the Rodney Local Board, was don't do it now while we've still got that targeted rate in there. Right? We can remove that targeted rate at some time, but at the moment we've got park and rides being built, bus services being built, footpaths being built using that, just to catch up. So you can imagine a community's concern when we go and say, well, we're going to now take you up to an urban rate. It just doesn't match, Madam Chair. So, look, I think I've covered all my points there. There isn't the future planning in place there. They're having a structured plan done, I think, in 2028. It's probably an appropriate time when this should be being looked at. So what I'm asking of my colleagues is to please use your judgment. Please hear what I've just said. Push it out for 3 years. Let's do it in the next LTP. Support your local board. Support the public voice. And just remember that those townships are paying an extra targeted rate right now just to bring them up to scratch. So that's my argument, Madam Chair, and I hope people would support me.
Thank you, Councillor. Anybody else in support of the amendment? Councillor?
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity, and thank you, Councillor, for the comments. I think that it's pretty clear. It's like a double whammy. So I absolutely support this. And I was out there in the weekend having a look around too. So we need to just be mindful of the proposed rates that would be, well, the rates, if we proceed with a 5%, that would be imposed on these people over and above the draft that we have before us. So I support it because I've been out there, I've looked at it, I've seen the area, and I don't believe you should be imposing two lots of rates on the community that, to be fair, should be getting the base services anyway, because that's a responsibility of the council to put the services in, and then they go from there in terms of their development. So I support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Tamsin? Anybody else in support? Anyone against? Councillor Darby.
Look, I might just say this once rather than go to the main motion later on. But just to give you a bit of a snapshot of our draft RLTP and how it affects this area. Northwest growth improvements, 186 million. State Highway 18 Squadron Drive interchange, which Herald Islanders need to get to Westgate. We've just heard that it's their preferred community hub. That's how they get there, by that investment in the west-facing State Highway 18 Squadron Drive ramp improvements. That's 68 million. Share of supporting growth allocation, there's about, supporting growth has an allocation in the RLTP of about 108 million. Quite a lot of that actually is in the north, from Dairy Flat across to the northwest. It's a total of 108. Even if I just say 25 million for northwest, it's a fair chunk. Huapai improvements, 18 million. And then there are some others, but they're too small to refer to. Then there's the increased share of a massive boost in the renewals budget of $4 billion. So that just gives you a little flavour just in the transport space. And as you heard me say before, it's not enough, but there is a lot of investment going northwest and upper north.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else wanting to speak against? Councillor Filipaina.
Thank you, Chair. The reason I asked our staff in regards to the work that they've done is really on number 16. This is why I pointed out 16 to them. I don't know how many times around this debating chamber and desk we've talked about how do we end up addressing inequality. In 16, it's got the retaining the current urban rating area will mean increasing inequality in rating between new and existing urban areas. The last paragraph is the one that has impact on me. This is why I spoke about 16. This impact can be mitigated by transitioning the change over 3 years. what this recommendation is asking is that we wait another 3 years before we actually, again, debate. I got no problems at all in saying that I guarantee we end up getting into the same position we're in now and saying, okay, let's wait another 3 years for transitioning to the new urban rate. I'm not prepared to wait another 3 years when I know not only with this, but and all the inequality that we have around this area, that we end up sort of saying, look, we'll give them another 3 years. No, I will not be voting for that. I don't know how many times again we end up talking about around this table inequality. So I will not be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other speakers for the amendment? I'll put it to the vote then, although a division has been called. Please take the division.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, you're voting on the amendment on your screen. Mayor Goff.
No.
Deputy Mayor Cashmore.
No.
Councillor Bartley.
No.
Councillor Casey.
No.
Councillor Collins.
Against.
Councillor Coombe.
Against.
Councillor Cooper.
Against.
Councillor Dalton.
Against.
Councillor Darby.
Against.
Councillor Filipina.
Against.
Councillor Fletcher.
For.
Councillor Henderson.
Against.
Councillor Hills.
Against.
Councillor Mulholland.
For.
Councillor Newman.
No.
Councillor Sayers.
For.
Councillor Stewart. IMSB Chair Taipari. Councillor Walker.
Yes.
Councillor Watson. Councillor Young. Chair Simpson. Lost 7 votes to 15.
The amendment has lost 7 votes to 15. Right, we go back to the substantive. There is another amendment, and it is by Councillor Watson. Do you have a seconder, Councillor? Councillor Walker. Would you like to speak to it? Thank you.
Actually, I've been a little bit remiss here because what I should have made clear, and this goes to Whenuapai Village and Herald Island, and that's why it's separate. There's different factors here at work than compared to Councillor Sayers. What I should have made really clear at the outset is that we have multiple areas now water affected by this urban rating proposal, and we have agreed with most of them. So this isn't a blanket denial. We have actually agreed that, yeah, Scott Point, parts of Hobsonville, the new part of Whenuapai, yeah, hands up, you've got a case there. We don't agree in Whenuapai Village and Herald Island. Neither do the local community, neither do the Ratepayers Association, neither do the local board. So all the people that know the conditions on the ground disagree with this and disagree with it strongly, but agree to the other parts of the area that are affected by it. So it's not just a blanket kind of refusal. It's very important, I think, to base our discussion on what we proposed, what we actually went out on, because that's what people submitted on, and that was to pay the same urban rates as nearby properties that have access to similar levels of service. That's what we consulted upon. And we were very specific in the documentation as to what the comparison would be made. So there's no sort of big doubt here. We're very specific down to percentages. So we identify one area was roads, footpaths and stormwater services, 21% of the general rate. Community services and grants, 33%. Public transport and travel demand, 18%. That was the 3 areas we identified that we'd make our decision on, and that's what the people submitted on. So I just want to ask all of you, wherever you live, hopefully most people in an urban area, I want to ask you if this reminds you of where you live, because this is what these people live in. Okay, Herald Island and Whenuapai, roads, footpaths, stormwater services. Stormwater services. Virtually every road in Herald Island and Whenuapai Village have open swales and ditches. There is no curb and channeling. There is inadequate stormwater infrastructure, which means when it rains, the septic tanks leak, and on the berms there's raw sewage and there's stagnant water in the ditches. That's stormwater services. Footpaths. The local Ratepayers Association surveyed all the footpaths. They found 50% of them had no footpaths at all on either side of the road and had open ditches. 43% had a footpath on one side but were poorly maintained with open drains. The standards of footpaths in Whenuapai village and the surrounding rural areas are classified as rural by Auckland Transport. That's footpaths. Roads. Cowrie Road is the big main road in. So think of Onawa Road, think of some big main road you live on. It's the main connector road for both communities. It has no footpaths, open ditches on both sides of the road, no provision for pedestrians or cyclists. The Causeway is the main road into Herald Island. No footpaths on either side, dangerous for pedestrians. The Ratepayers Association summed it up as narrow verges and steep-sided drains mean pedestrians, runners and cyclists take their lives into their hands navigating. That's their main roads into their settlements. So that's stormwater, footpaths, roads. Does that sound like where you live? Second part was community services, 33% of the general rate. This is defined in the consultation as being within a 15-minute drive. That should really strike a few alarm bells with some of the people that are aware of climate change and public transport here. In this 2021, we're defining access by driving a car 15 minutes. That would mean in my own old area, Birkdale, where I was growing up, under this criteria, I could go to the city or Takapuna to access my pool, my library, my whatever, and that would be acceptable. We never did that in Birkdale back in the 60s. We could go to the Birkenhead War Memorial Park, the Highbury Library, we could walk or we could get a bus or we could cycle. But under this criteria, that's acceptable. No, it's not. Maybe you have to bring back the old Birkenhead Borough Council, I don't know. As far as the facilities go, the closest pool is outside that time anyway. The cultural centre, as we see, is a little fire station building that has 4 paintings on it. The community hall is not owned by Auckland Council in Whenuapai. It was built by the local community. It is maintained by the local community. It is run by the local community. That's a rural model. That's not an Auckland Council model. Similarly with the Herald Island Hall, it's run by volunteers. There's no sports grounds on Herald Island. Under that 15-minute criteria, if you don't have a car, you're stuffed. Herald Island have got no bus service. How do they get there? How do the young kids get there? They can't drive a car. That's an absurdity, that 15-minute criteria in this day and age. Final one, public transport and traffic demand statement. Herald Island has no bus service. Do you have a bus service? They don't. Whenuapai, they have a bus service, and for the most part of the day, that is hourly. That's their bus service, and it's a one-way, either goes to Westgate or Hobsonville Point. Traffic demand, there is no traffic demand. The main roads are really dangerous. No footpaths, no curbing, ditches. The one poor old guy there lived there his whole life, fell over, broke his shoulder blades. So they don't stack up at all. So if we're talking about the average, and that's what we said in the consultation document we would do, we would look at the average. It doesn't even come close, not even close. And that's why we're so enraged about this, because it's just not fair. It doesn't meet the criteria we consulted on across all those things. And the people submitted in big numbers. They acknowledged where the urban rating proposal should be spread to, but they said, look, it just doesn't apply to us. It's just not fair. And as I said, we said we would look at the average across all those things. One thing that has disturbed me a little bit at this late piece, Madam Chair, is the entry of Langholm and Waiheke Island into the comparison, as if Langholm and Waiheke Island are now the arbiters for the urban amenity across Auckland. That's not what we went out with. Anyone would know they're down the lower end. They're not nearby like we said we were going to compare them with. In fact, it sounds to me as, there's a case for their exclusion too, but that's another story. But at any rate, that's not what we consulted upon. It's an inappropriate comparison to be saying what similar levels of service are. So I don't really know what more to say, folks. Really, this is just not fair. If you went out to those areas, those people are far closer to rural than they are urban, and you're looking to increase their rates by 16 to 29%. A lot of the family, they're not wealthy families, as we've heard. 16 to 29%. If it's staggered, big deal. The case hasn't been proven. So all I would say, ladies and gentlemen, is that think of those things that I described that are uncontested there and say, does that sound to you like urban service standards? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Walker.
Sure. I obviously want to speak in support of that amendment, and I'd encourage everybody to read it. I support all of the comments that my fellow ward councillor made. Quite obviously, one, there's the issue of fairness and what we actually went out with, which was around services, access to services and similar levels of service. And as John has pointed out, these people don't have those services. As I mentioned earlier, not only do they not have the services that we're referring to here, but in many instances they don't have the bulk infrastructure that satisfies the criteria for these future urban areas. And in the case of Herald Island, certainly they're surrounded by future urban areas, and so is much of Whenuapai. So what we're doing here is really not entering into good faith with the people that have submitted. And I'd point out that their submissions, and I'm talking about the detailed submissions, have been very genuine, substantive submissions based on what we, that's Auckland Council, asked them to submit on. And now we're going to be making decisions around different criteria. The other point that I'd make is that you've got a couple of aspects to rating. Obviously, you've got the property tax issue. That's already captured, as I substantiated earlier, in the capital value. But in respect of the other thing that we rate for, which is around specific things, and we're talking here around services, these people in these areas aren't going to be getting any of those services, not now, not in the 10 years. That's the reality. So there is simply not an appropriate match there. And the other point that I substantiated is these areas that are anomalies are very easy to identify. We're already identifying future urban areas within the limits, so we're already drawing lines. It's very easy to identify these areas, and the officers have the maps, so we're quite positioned to vote for this amendment. And the last point that I'd make is that the circumstance that we have now is quite different to the earlier situation around the metropolitan urban limits. We're zoning for huge amounts of additional infill across Auckland. And there are always going to be anomalies where we are not going to be able to provide the bulk infrastructure or for that matter services in some locations. Not now, and as I said earlier, not for 10 years. So we have to recognise those anomalies. We cannot and should not have a one-size-fits-all across Auckland. We don't have it for many things, and I'd suggest we shouldn't have it for this. So I would urge you to vote for a very simple amendment here. We're excluding Herald Island and Whenuapai Village, as John has mentioned. We're comfortable with other areas that are included, for example, the area of Whenuapai, where they have got cycleways and walkways and the like. But in these areas, particularly parts of Whenuapai, you've got sewage that runs out onto the streets, the areas that people walk, because they don't have stormwater and they don't have sewage. And in many instances, they don't have footpaths. That's the reality that these people live in, and it is simply not fair to rate them in the manner that we're proposing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Sayers.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just going to speak in favour as well. I want to focus on one point, and that's around the travel time distances to council facilities. And, you know, we're not talking about brand new flash facilities either that these people are trying to make their way to. But the key thing, in other words, they're not all brand new. The key point I want to make is the travel time, that 15-minute travel time that other councils have touched on. That just isn't possible in the environment and traffic conditions that exist in the area.
Thank you. Councillors against the amendment? Well, I'll speak against. And I do so having been out twice to both the Whenuapai Village and Herald Island. I went out once with Andrew. I wanted to see for myself exactly what the facilities were and how they, how they operated, and we actually spoke to the Residents Association. I didn't take any other councillor with me. I wanted to have a complete independent view, and I wanted to make sure Andrew was challenged in that meeting by those who spoke to him, and he was able to respond to those with whom we met. They then presented a map that they thought was a better version of the proposal that we had. And Andrew went through that map and he disagreed in his professional opinion that that map was right. I went back again and had another look because I was particularly concerned in our workshop, and I'm not going to bring up what happened in the workshop, but there was information that was presented in the workshop that I just needed to recheck again, so I went back for a second time. And I asked Andrew again some information by about my second visit. And both visits, they had this cute little telephone box with books in it, and I was very concerned that they were calling that their library. And I had to make sure that that's not what Andrew meant. It was just like, I don't know about you guys, but in Meadowbank, in my area, they've just put a little men's shed, just created this tiny little library on the side of the road, for kids to take books. So I just wanted to make sure it was an extra and it wasn't a proper library. And again, their community facility was a quite a small area, and although there's only 247 properties in the area, might work just for sort of local stuff. I wanted to make sure that wasn't part of the change of the urban rating, and that's been answered. I've said this in the workshop, but I'll say it publicly. Paratai Drive has only got a footpath on one side of the road. We have sewage running down the road at Hapua Street in Remuera, and that's one of the reasons that I am supporting the increase to the water quality targeted rate. So it's not as if what's happening in that area is so different. Look, it's certainly not the middle of town, and it's certainly not some of the built-up areas. But Andrew has been challenged as the professional that helps us look through this issue. And I trust his judgment and his professional capacity that he's got it right. I think the compromise of working this through over 3 years is a good compromise. The first piece of advice was to do it straight away in one go and acknowledge that the financial implication from rural to urban is 381 over that period of time. So of course it's a lot less if it's transitioned, and I'm really keen to do that. The other thing I just want to make sure that everyone's really clear that we haven't consulted on something that different to what we're voting on. So when we talked about in the consultation document, the fact that we were looking at developing areas and towns near the current urban rating area that had similar levels of access to service and nearby properties, John, you've brought that up, and I think it's important to deal with that. But what we were proposing is the proposal was to set the urban rating area to include all the land that has an operative urban zoning or which had resource consent to be developed for urban use now, except for Warkworth. So in voting against this amendment, I'm doing so only because I have really personally looked at those areas and challenged our staff around that, and I feel comfortable in the response. Anybody else want to speak on the amendment before I take it to the vote? Right, thank you. I'll call for the division on the amendment and I'll ask staff to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, you're voting on the amendment which is on your screen. Mayor Goff,
No.
Deputy Mayor Cashmore,
No.
Councillor Bartley,
No.
Councillor Casey,
No.
Councillor Collins is not here. Councillor Coombe,
Against.
Councillor Cooper, Councillor Dalton,
Against.
Councillor Darby,
Against.
Councillor Filipina, Councillor Fletcher,
For.
Councillor Henderson,
Against.
Councillor Hills,
Against.
Councillor Mulholland,
For.
Councillor Newman,
Yes.
Councillor Sayers,
For.
Councillor Stewart. MSB Chair Taipari.
No.
Councillor Walker,
Yes.
Councillor Watson, Councillor Young, Chair Simpson.
The motion was lost, 8 votes to 13. We now go back to the substantive, and I'll ask for people to speak in support. I'll ask for people to speak against. I will take it to the vote. Okay.
Look, thank you, Chair. And the difficulty for me is that I'm asked to vote for this proposition. I don't fundamentally disagree with the argument that access to services should be the criteria for paying this rate. I personally happen to think that there's a Herald Island that's a special case. But the issue that I have with this, and it goes to Hengaia, it's not the access to services. They do have access to services. It's the ability to develop. And I fundamentally disagree with the information, the advice that's been presented to me. Based on my experience working with these property owners previously, who don't begrudge paying the rates, what they desperately want is to urbanise. And it's, I've read here in a couple of the slides that the land ownership fragmented, agreement of multiple owners required. I can tell you that there has been agreement from multiple owners for development in Hengaia. You know what's been the handbrake to that? It's been Auckland Council family that has been the handbrake to that. When a commercially viable development gets put up, but it's knocked back because it doesn't suit Auckland Transport's model for a grid development, instead, Auckland Transport wants 1 or 2 property owners to allow their houses to basically be knocked over to form a grid pattern as a prerequisite for any resource consent from Auckland Transport. I'm sorry, that knocks that development out completely. So I fundamentally disagree with the idea that there isn't agreement from multiple owners. There has been agreement negotiated, and it has been Auckland Council family that has said no. Secondly, I don't actually agree that all the bulk infrastructure is in place. Veolia is the local infrastructure provider for Hengaia, and it does not have that peninsula sufficiently covered to provide the infrastructure. If you went and sought a connection for water today, you probably couldn't get it. Why? Because actually the infrastructure isn't in place. The other point that I'd make is that there has actually been infrastructure that's required as a prerequisite for development, which has actually been taken out. Councillor Darby reflected on the investment in the northwest. Well, I can reflect on the traffic and roading infrastructure that isn't there. The very important safety infrastructure for the corner of Hengaia Road and Auckland Road, that has been removed because we have to help fund the ATAP projects for Kāinga Ora. We can't go ahead with urbanising unless millions of dollars of infrastructure that we'd previously agreed needs to take place. We've pulled that all back, which actually denies the ability of people to go ahead and develop in that location. This is difficult, Chair, because I deeply respect the advice I've received in relation to access to services. I don't disagree with that. But when you come to a proposition that says council has provided sufficient bulk infrastructure capacity to enable development, no, I don't agree with that, based on my experience. I've sat in the Deputy Mayor's boardroom with the landowners and the officers trying to seek agreement around this, and I haven't been able to get it. And it's not been the developers. It's not been the developers. I think that the issue, it is a very difficult one, Chair, because, Hengaia has always been a problem insofar as it is fragmented. There is a lot of piecemeal stuff that goes. Pauriko Road, $4 million that we had to spend to upgrade Pauriko Road, not for the connections for these rural and large lot. It's actually to provide conveyance for the harbourside residents to be able to connect through to Hengaia Road, so they're not living in splendid isolation. $4 million, Councillor Coombe, that was spent on 700 metres of roading in Hengaia, and I bet if you knew that, you wouldn't be very happy with the sort of infrastructure that we had to put in place to enable all those cars to drive through there. I think that the proposition here, I understand the concept, but actually the infrastructure deficit remains. Andrew Chin's just trying to confirm to me if we've gazetted the old abandoned stormwater ponds at Bottletop Bay. Even once we do that, the infrastructure that the council needs around that is not in place, and it's not funded to be delivered. It's not funded to be delivered. So I find myself saying, well, it's a binary thing. I either have to vote for it or against it. The owners in those areas don't mind paying urban rates, but what they really want is the means to be able to urbanise, to achieve the development outcomes that they want, that we theoretically want, but in the reality, we as council family prevent. So I have to say no to this. I'm disappointed about that, but there is a specific reason in that location. I didn't want to put an amendment up for Hengaia because I suspect it would have failed for want of a seconder, but I find myself having to express my vote accordingly on this, not because the services aren't available, but because the capacity to develop doesn't exist in that location.
Would you consider noting against the Hengaia?
Well, if that's an option, Chair, because I don't disagree with the principle here. If there's a way to be able to have a carve-out for Hengaia, great, but if there isn't something for Hengaia, then I have to vote against the policy itself.
I would suggest, I think, a way forward would be to note against your vote against the inclusion of Hengaia. Any other speakers for or against before I take it to the vote?
Madam Chair, I wish to speak, albeit somewhat briefly, and my apologies for missing the earlier part of this meeting. I went to the funeral of one Pat Stevens, who had been a parishioner at St Barnabas, where I worship, for the last 90 years. She was 98, and when she came from Tonga, at 8 years old, she became part of that community, and she continued to remain part of that community. And it really caused me to reflect, as I saw so many familiar faces today, just how important local government is to our communities. But it also had me reflecting on the fact that I'm not just sitting here as a councillor elected from that area of Albert Eden Puki Tāpapa. I'm sitting here as a regional councillor. I also have visited these areas. And as you know, Madam Chair, I grew up in Hengaia. I know that area very, very well. And it's probably for that reason that I gave a number of impassioned speeches in this chamber about the need to stage the unitary plan, because anybody with a calculator could have worked out that we were not going to be able to implement the unitary plan all at once. And that has been the arm up our back all the way through. It is the very, it's the depth of the problems that we're experiencing here today. And I missed all the debate, and I'm sure you were all most eloquent, and I'm very sorry to have missed it. And this is in no way a disrespect to officers who I know are working diligently and have done a superb job for us. But my feeling is we've got a huge problem facing us right now because of a bad decision we made not to stage the unitary plan. And it's kind of muddling our way to try and hold the thing together rather than taking a step back and saying, well, at some point we're going to have to bite the bullet on this and we're going to have to do a reset and we're going to have to do a rethink. So exercising my right as a regional councillor, not just a councillor who might happen to represent Albert Eden Puketapapa, I have a lot of sympathy with those who are sitting around the table trying to draw our attention to the fact that the council has a deficit here. It's an enormous one. And Jim Stabeck, who is our new CEO and whom I have the greatest regard for, he's going to have to come to us with some pretty bold, I'm loath to use the word contestable policy advice because it always sounds so cliched, but he's going to have to come to us with some pretty big thinking ideas if we are to actually follow through on what the unitary plan requires of us. So I've got a lot of sympathy for the community spirit that's been expressed by Councillor Watson and Councillor Walker and Sayers here today. And for that reason, I think it is time to draw a line in the sand where things are very difficult and where we perhaps do need to have a rethink. So I will be voting against this, and that is not in any way a motion of disrespect towards our staff. It is simply that I'm here to exercise my judgment on the best information that I have received and all of the subsequent decisions and the ones that have been taken beforehand. But having been here since 2010 and watched some pretty bad decisions taken, I think we're just compounding it. So I'm voting no today.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Walker.
I'll also be voting against this, and I'd like just to echo the comments that Councillor Fletcher made. Effectively, what we've got in Auckland is a circumstance where we've zoned for far more than what we need. And we know that it's entirely inappropriate to develop all of that space quickly. We know that we can't cope in respect of infrastructure, but we know that the environment can't cope with it either. And just the other day, Councillor Coombe and I were at the Hauraki Golf Forum. I mean, the state of the golf in terms of its environmental health is disastrous. And one of the tools that we use to try and prevent growth is infrastructure, by making sure that we don't put in infrastructure to slow stuff down. It's an important tool that we don't recognise enough. And my concern is that through making this change, we're really not acknowledging that tool. It's one of the strongest tools in our toolbox, because increasingly we're being forced through government legislation and also through legal challenges by developers and the like to bring areas on that fundamentally should not be developed in respect of timing. And that is the point that Councillor Fletcher is making, and I'm on the same page. Timing is everything, and I hark back to an earlier history of Auckland. Graham Bush wrote it, decently and in order. Decently and in order. Increasingly, we are doing things that are not in order. And secondly, as it goes to, I wouldn't use that expression, but it isn't decent, it's unfair, and we're not keeping faith to people. And that is the hole that we're digging for ourselves. So retaining tools around infrastructure are vitally important. So for that reason, I'll be voting against this.
Thank you. Councillor Watson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not going to...
Excuse me, Councillor.
Unless there's three speakers to speak in favour of the motion, I would move to...
Can I just check the staff? We haven't had 3-4 yet, so... Just hurry up and find 3. Okay.
Okay.
one to Deputy Mayor.
You had already called me, Madam Chair, to speak. I
I
just
have,
started
yeah,
speaking. Yeah. So, well,
So-
by all means, come up. Yeah, thank you. And I'm not going to be long because there's absolutely no point me revisiting the plea I made earlier. But I do think it's appropriate to perhaps look at what this really means for the communities that are now on the receiving end. Aside from the not insignificant 16 to 29% rate increases, and I say that again, 16 to 29% at a time of COVID-19 and all the hardships, and with communities that aren't wealthy communities. So think on that. As far as the decision-making process goes, it really does make me reflect on Professor Ian Shirley, who is the Pro-Vice Chancellor of Auckland University of Technology and a public policy analyst. And back in 2010, he was a pretty strident criticiser of the super city model, saying it was badly conceived, ignored history, failed to connect in any meaningful way with the diverse populations and neighbourhoods of the region, and has established a corporate framework and process that will not gain the trust of ratepayers. And when I reflect on those comments today, certainly for my area, that is going to be the consequence of this. Auckland does have a deficit across a number of areas. We know we have an infrastructure deficit. We know we have a social deficit in terms of our ability to provide housing and other social services for our population. But we also have a deficit in democracy, and that has been clearly identified over a number of years and reflected in the polling and the trust and confidence in our decision making. When it comes to responding to local needs, on the relatively rare occasions people engage with the community, and this instance is a classic case in point really. We've had an unprecedented response from Herald Island residents. Virtually 80% of them responded to this proposal. Whenuapai Village was similarly a large number, would have been up around about the 75% rate. And the net result of their detailed, their informed, their response in terms of the exact criteria set has been to be dismissed. So I would just say, Madam Chair, as we reflect on things on this final vote, that as much as numbers of people around here can do that and can accept whatever advice that's put up, there is always consequences for these sorts of decisions. And I would say that in this instance, the harm to Auckland Council's reputation, such it is going to be significant out in the northwest, and there will be no amount of casuistic explanations that will persuade the people out in northwest otherwise. This proposal, as it applies to them, is unfair. It's not based on the reality on the ground, and furthermore, it's based on the full knowledge that that reality on the ground is not going to be addressed in any shape or form for the next 10 years and belong. That's the net result. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dalton.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to come back to what we're doing here, which is we're charging urban rates for all properties within the rural urban boundary. We have a rural urban boundary, and we've talked about the unitary plan and how it should be staged, how we've got it wrong, how we've got to try and get it right, we've got to fix it. We've talked about, I've listened to Councillor Watson in all of our workshops and Councillor Walker around the inequities for Herald Island. I went and visited too in Whenuapai, had a look around. And what I kept coming back to was that the same thing exists across Auckland, the same thing in different parts of Auckland. In terms of services, the inequity is quite stark. And we've seen through Councillor Newman's working group how stark that is, particularly for communities in the south. So we've got Conifer Grove, who doesn't have a bus service, they have footpaths. We have parts of Mayoral that doesn't have footpaths. And, you know, you gave a couple of examples yourself. So the inequity is across the region. what we're saying is that we're okay for the poorer suburbs to pick up the tab, continue to pick up the tab. So they've been paying urban rates for years and years and years. They're still at an equity from moving in from before the super city, but it continues. And now we're saying it's okay for them to continue to be charged urban rates, even though they don't have, they've got an equity of services. So I think I was trying to keep my regional hat on, but I was feeling compelled when I was listening to the regions that are trying to fight to keep rural rates, and I understand it, I hear what they're saying, I've got all the emails, I've got another 350 emails today as well. But let's remember the rest of Auckland, all of the Aucklanders as well. I hear what Councillor Newman is saying about Hangaia wanting to develop. They're not able to develop. And that's difficult and we need to work through it. But we still have some of the poorer suburbs in Auckland without equity services, and they have been paying urban rates for a very long time. We have to get to the point where we're paying rates to get services as well. And it astounds me to hear of areas that want all of the services delivered, all the roading projects, all the community facilities, but don't want rates increase. They don't want to pay the rates to get the services that they're after. It really irks me when I look at the south, and it'll be the same in pockets of the west and other areas, people paying urban rates and not getting the same services as others. So, back to we're all in it together, right? It costs money to live in a big city like this, and we have got to all be in it together from my perspective. We're all going to call inequity, doesn't matter where we live, we'll all call inequity on something, and I just want to finish with a comment that Councillor Watson made before. One half doesn't know how the other half lives. And that's a truism that I've heard here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Our final comment I think I have from Councillor Henderson.
Thanks, Chair. I find it very difficult to follow that, Councillor Dalton. That's fantastic. You make a lot of fantastic points. I just want to reflect on that briefly. A lot of my ward only has 1 footpaths on one side as well. Edsel Street in Henderson, one of the main streets in a metropolitan town centre, has one side footpaths. This is not unusual, particularly not in Waitakere. The inequity is across the region, as Councillor Dalton correctly points out. I'd add to those examples, some of the poorest areas of Auckland have some of the worst environmental outcomes. Worst tree cover, worst water infrastructure, worst stormwater, worst everything in the places where people need their services the most, and they're paying the urban rates for it. I think we're making a great argument for more investment into the outer areas of Auckland as well. I want to thank Councillor Watson, Councillor Walker and others for raising these points. I've noted today that a swimming pool is desperately needed to serve the areas of Red Hills, Kumeu, Whenuapai that are covered by this proposal. That's a need. I would also be in favour of extending bus services up to these places that we're talking about. I've spoken on that topic today too. That's a need. So I just want to finish off by saying I admire your stance as well, Chair Simpson. I don't have much further to add on your stance. I just note in particular that, I appreciate that you went out there and looked for yourself as a regional councillor, as you did as well in a recent contested vote in my ward, and as many of you did. And as I was reminded then, and as I'm reminded today, we're regional councils with regional roles, and I intend to vote in support in line with that reasoning.
Thank you. Look, I'm not going to add to the debate, but I will just draw your attention to the third clause, which is a transition. So it's not doing it straight up, it's a transition, which means that the impact, the average residential impact is an extra $73 a year as opposed to it all in one go. So it minimises the financial impact. To that end, we've got a mover and a seconder, and I will take it to the vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against?
No. Against.
Okay, we've got a recorder against Watson, Walker, Mulholland, Stewart, Sayers, and against Hangaia. Is that right?
Well, yes, against Hangaia. I've just discovered that we weren't able to gazette the stormwater ponds necessary for the bulk infrastructure there.
Thank you, Councillor. Right, item 13. Other rates and fees. over our 10-year recovery budget. And I bring back to the table Andrew Duncan and Aaron, and Eric. I won't call it rats and mice because it's quite significant, but the extra bits. Over to you, Andrew.
Good afternoon. This report brings together all the other rates and fees issues you consulted with the community on as part of the recovery budget. I'll go through some of the key issues in this report. There are quite a few recommendations here. The first is a proposal to introduce an electricity network resilience targeted rate. Vector approached us suggesting we do this to put a rate on them, which we would then use to fund enhanced management of trees on our roads and parks that were near their power lines, to improve the safety around the power lines, and then enhance the resilience and supply security of the Vector electricity network. The second issue is a proposal to extend the life of the city centre targeted rate. It funds additional investment in making the city centre a great place to live, work and visit, to align that with the period of the recovery budget. Currently it would otherwise expire at the end of 24-25. We're also recommending some additional increases to the waste management refuse rate that applies in Auckland and Manukau City, and to the bin and bag charges that we charge in the rest of the Auckland region for our refuse service. We weren't able to consult on this, and the increases are a result of the government's decisions to increase the waste levy for the tonnes of waste to landfill. Then some decisions that were made last year in regards to the Waitakere sewerage rate and reinstating the interest on loan repayment rates, some small cost inflation adjustments to some of our other targeted rates in the order of 1%. We did adopt a Clevedon wastewater and water connection targeted rate last year. We're recommending that this be removed. No one's joined it, and we don't think we should be in that activity. As for the new people who would enter into this loan repayment targeted rate, we're not able to meet our obligations under the Consumer Contract Credit Compliance Act. We've got a proposal to charge a targeted rate to fund the maintenance and operation of the stormwater assets in the Te Arai and Okahukura drainage districts that was consulted on. These are the only rural parts of Auckland with council-funded stormwater services. The recommendation is that they have a targeted rate to pay for the services they receive. We've got some changes to bid rates, and then proposals that were consulted on to do a small increase in our venue hire fees that hadn't been increased since 2014, I think, to remove our library fines for late returns. That was well supported in consultation, and some changes to our regulatory fees. And also, you decided last month to suspend the APTR and to reduce the expenditure on visitor attraction and major events accordingly. So that would be suspending that for a year. So it would start again on the 1st of July 2022.
What's the APTR?
Accommodation Provider Targeted Rate. Apologies. You will of course be able to reconsider that issue as part of forming your budget for the 2022-23 year, so you'll be able to start considering that again. Sorry for all the hot air. As part of the annual budget process, which you'll be looking at again in October. So that'll be up in front of you again shortly. You've made a decision on this basis. Today's meeting is just to confirm that after having considered the local board feedback that's noted in our advice and in the other papers you've received. Have I forgotten anything else, Aaron? Great, thank you.
All right, any questions on this? We have talked it through, but I'm just...
Can we just scroll it up because the Nexus is playing up again? I can't see all the recommendations online. Thanks.
Look, I know some of you have just been saying it's really hot. It is. It's now that we've now just got icy Antarctic air coming through. I can feel it, but it's not because of all the hot air in the room. It is just the aircon's been playing up a bit, but it's now coming through. I can feel it. It's really cold, so it's coming. Okay. Oh, that's great. Okay. You have a mover from the deputy mayor. You're not seconding it? No. I'll happy to second it.
I'm question.
Yeah. All right. Just wait. Me. Right. Question order. Is it over here somewhere? Sayers, Fletcher. Questions? Questions? Henderson. Start with Councillor Fletcher, please.
Thank you. I wonder if you could confirm on the targeted accommodation rate, what expenditure in legal costs has council incurred thus far?
I don't have the answer to that question, but we can find that out for you and get back to you on it.
Thank you. Any more? No. Councillor Sayers. Councillor Fletcher, could you turn your mic off, please? Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One question, I might just reserve my right to speak to it, but it's just around the item 10 there about the drainage boards up in the Rodney area. Just had a couple of questions there, and Andrew might be able to help answer these, Madam Chair, who's come to the table. The first one is just for clarity, in terms of the ownership of the drains, I don't think they're all private. My understanding is there's a mixture of Crown drains, healthy water drains, Auckland Council drains, and private drains, which I think you'll be able to confirm that. But have we got a rough idea about how much is what? How much is this in private ownership compared to, say, Crown or local body?
Thank you, Councillor.
Yes.
Andrew.
So most of the drains are on private land and privately owned. Where the waterways are wide enough to be they're essentially with the Crown, and the boundaries come up to the sides of the waterway, and the council assets are predominantly where they cross roads. So the structures on the roads, there are floodgates, and some areas along the sides of roads in the council reserves.
Thank you, Andrew. If I could just carry on with a few questions along that. So Andrew, in terms of our contribution or the Crown's contribution towards maintaining these going forward, how does that kind of model work in terms of a little bit of equity there, in terms of how do you see there being, somebody saying, well, that's a Crown responsibility, why aren't the Crown looking after it, why am I?
So fundamentally the operation of the drainage districts are for the benefit of the productive land use for the farmers within the catchment. From the Rodney Council days, there's been a $26,000 per annum contribution to maintaining those drains, and for the last decade that has basically been spraying them for weeds. That's all it really covers. That has not been sufficient to maintain them clear and free running for the purposes of drainage, and so the landowners started to take legal action to council, and really where we are today is developing a sustainable funding model so that we can ensure that the investment to keep them operating keeps going.
I'd also note that the targeted rate funding of drainage districts, these are the only 3 remaining ones in the Auckland area that we're recommending on today, but targeted rate funding is extensively used through a lot of the other councils across the upper North Island, at least, that we've looked at previously, and that number may have been reported in our December advice. So it's quite a widely used standard tool to provide these services in rural areas for the drainage districts to benefit the productive land that Andrew referred to.
Thank you for rounding that out. I'm probably trying to Madam Chair, probably just got two more questions. One, in terms of the sustainable model working going forward, what role do the landowners play in this in a partnership with the Auckland Council and Healthy Waters probably particularly? How does that work?
So the proposal here is that council will use its rating powers to ensure that everyone in the catchment, there's a few hundred landowners there, pay their fair share. But then by way of grant back to the various landowners, pay them to undertake the maintenance or for them to employ contractors themselves. One of the points of pain for the landowners when we went to consultation was when council used its contractors, driving all the way up from Takapuna, say, to do the spraying. The cost was prohibitive and they could do it much more effectively. So we're developing a model where they can do the maintenance much more efficiently. If the costs and the long-term maintenance can be done significantly more efficiently, then I guess we have the opportunity to re-look at the setting of those rates at every annual budget.
I might just finish with my final. Yeah. Oh, sorry, mate.
And so, and being a targeted rate, we can only spend those funds on the activity of maintaining those drains.
Yeah, that's a key point. Yeah.
I'll just finish off with the final question then, and maybe my comment as well. In the paper, it talks about quite a large figure, about $260,000 of works that need to be done prior to this kind of being. It's catch-up work, I guess, after a bit of neglect. Maybe the Rodney District Council dropped the ball on this. It didn't get brought across into the books into the super city. Now we've found out about it. There was a legal challenge put forward. So that 260,000, has that been spent? And if not, how much has been, and when will it be back up to scratch? And what's our commitment as an organisation to do it?
So no, it hasn't been spent. A recent audit that was undertaken with the landowners identified that there was quite a significant shortfall on the maintenance that we should have undertaken there. We'll put our hands up, we dropped the ball there this year. However, we will make sure that those works will be undertaken and they will be accounted for separately from any targeted rate so that the landowners can be assured that we are not using their rated money to undertake a backlog of maintenance that we committed to doing.
I might just finish. I'll finish with a question because then it opens it up to any officer to respond. So it can be a little bit hard for people to wrap their head around this one because people have drainage, stormwater issues elsewhere in the city. They get charged a general rate and that goes towards fixing up their issues with their stormwater, right? So it's a community tax that gets spent for the community good of all Aucklanders. And so are you able to just explain why this group of landowners fall outside of that kind of scope of using general rates to fund this type of work?
So the breadth of council's stormwater services that are provided with general rates funding is set out in our various plans and documents. These are the only rural parts of Auckland where up until this point, stormwater services, apart from emergency services, have been funded by general rates. They had previously been funded by a targeted rate. The proposal is to revert to that funding mechanism, and that would see them treated in a similar way to other parts of rural Auckland, where the stormwater services are dealt with directly by the landowners.
Just very finally, thank you for your answers. That legal challenge, I don't know the ins and outs of what that legal challenge was originally. I suppose it's, I need to get this up to scratch. Is that legal risk for the organisation, has that been dealt with? Is that put to bed yet?
So the legal action really spurred us into developing the maintenance program, and also the culmination of that is this targeted rate proposal. So we believe we have responded to the material items in the legal challenge, and it is fair to say that the landowners are not happy with the proposal to pay a targeted rate, but I guess the issue for us as an operational department is making sure that the physical issues on the ground that were raised in the legal challenge have a means to be dealt with.
Right, good questions, thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm seeking your guidance on B to understand how the vote will be taken, because there are aspects to the recommendations being put forward that I wish to support, but with the targeted accommodation rate, I do not support its reintroduction. And I do find it extraordinary that we've got no idea how much we've spent on legal fees. I didn't know that we worked on a cost plus basis in that particular area, but I would like to reserve my right to be able to vote against B and just seek your guidance on how the vote will be taken in order that my vote can be recorded correctly.
I'm happy for you just to note your vote against B. On that issue, let's just be clear, we didn't consult on not doing it. We only consulted, so to vote not to have it at all is against what we consulted on. We consulted on bringing it back in 3 different timeframes, and this is the furthest time out. We will consider this as part of the annual plan, and it may or may be that we even push it out further. But what we have done is move it as far away as we can, noting that we have to deliver on what we consulted for. I'm just making sure you understand that.
Thank you for that, Madam Chair, but in the interest of consistency, I would still, because it's my right as an elected member, to record my vote.
Correct. Okay, we'll do that. Thank you. Peter?
And Councillor Fletcher, I have been able to, I've been informed of what the legal costs to date have been, and that has been reported by Todd Nile as well. It's been publicly released. That is approximately 1.5 million at this point.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson.
Thank you. If I could, 12's already there, that's fantastic. Just asking questions on 12. Not sure if you have the numbers, so aroha mai if you don't, but what are the numbers on the bid extensions? Because I understand there is a certain amount of turnout and a certain amount of yes votes you need.
So for a bid ballot to be successful, you have to get 25% of the ballots returned, and 50% of those have to be in favour for the extension to be approved.
And did we meet those thresholds in Manarewa and Dominion Road?
Yes.
Thank you. Question from Councillor Casey.
I've got 3 little questions, Andrew. The first is, could you put X111 up there, 8? Agree to the changes to the fees and charges, that's it. Could you just put it up, please?
Waste management.
X111. Agree to the changes to fees and charges as set out in this report. Now, I want to just ask 3 questions in relation to that, because when we pass this, as we will unanimously, there's a little gem in there, and that's the removal of late fees for library items. Can you confirm that, Andrew?
Yes, that is included in that recommendation. It was well supported in the consultation.
Excellent. Question number 2. I'm looking at the scale of charges currently on the Auckland Library site. Can you confirm if we pass this today, that'll be gone tomorrow? That's a head librarian saying yes.
Apologies, it's my 11-year-old child.
Yeah.
Well, you should answer the phone.
I'm afraid I'm not in there. She's trying to get out of getting the bus to her mother's work. Yes,
Saw you.
Madam Chair and councillors, if this is passed, we can go live on the 1st of July, and we will be planning an implementation plan and a welcome back campaign.
Oh, you've just
News
preempted my
story.
next question, Morgan. The 35,000 people who stopped using the libraries because of this charge, we will be welcoming them back, yes or no? And if so, how?
Yes, absolutely. We're looking forward to it hopefully passing so we can plan the implementation plan, but it will be a good news story, and there will be an amnesty provided and an email to all customers welcoming them back.
Thanks for that, Morgan. Any other questions? Comments? Councillor Walker.
I just want to continue to raise my objection to the accommodation targeted rate. It was very remiss of us to not give the option to actually drop that rate. And we should have gone out with that, we should have done that. I'd state again that it is unfair, it is a totally inappropriate match of the revenue that we collect, which arguably benefits a wide sector, of which the accommodation sector only amount to 9%, I understand, of the overall sector that relates to visitor attractions and major events. So it's the wrong match. The timing couldn't be worse. It hasn't stood the COVID test, and it should be dropped as soon as possible. If we do something bad, we should admit it and act accordingly.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Henderson.
Just briefly, I want to single out the library staff for praise for their fantastic work on the library fines issue. I just think it's fantastic. It's flexible thinking that will bring huge amounts of people back to the libraries from particularly low-income areas like those in my ward. I really want to thank you for that.
Thank you. And I just want to add on that point, look, you should always listen to opposing views, shouldn't you? Because I couldn't understand why you would possibly get rid of the fines. You take something, you don't return it, you should pay the price. It seemed pretty obvious to me. But I listened to an opposing view and I changed my mind. And I think that's important that we do that around the table sometimes. Always, in fact, we should always listen to everybody's view. And I think we've done that today. And Josephine, I acknowledge you and the role that you played in changing my personal opinion around that. So, with no further speakers, I have a move. Do I have a mover? Yes, we have Councillor Cashmer and
Councillor Simpson.
myself. I'll take it to the vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against?
Aye.
Carried. Thank you. I have done that. Thank
and
you.
my vote against
And
B.
Walker and
My vote against B, Madam Chair, and also AX.
A10. Oh, yeah, thank you. Right, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to item 14, which doesn't exist because there are no extraordinary items. And I would just like to take this opportunity to thank you for the respect that you have shown around the table during some difficult debates and decision making. I'd like to again thank Peter and his staff. And that concludes your finance and performance meeting. We'll have a 5-minute break and go straight into governing body. Thank you. Sorry, 10. I've been asked for 10.
discussing. So, tēnā tātou katoa, we seek wisdom, understanding, insights into the views and circumstances of others, strength to seek what we believe in, humility to accept the combined decisions of others, patience, good humour at all times, tolerance and courtesy while working in the best interests of our community. So we come firstly to apologies. There are apologies from Councillor Linda Cooper, who had to leave for other business. Electronic attendance. We're required to approve the electronic attendance under Standing Orders 3.3.3 for Councillor Efesor Collins. I'll move accordingly. Do I have a seconder? Those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, no. Carried. Declaration of interest. Are there any councillors that need to declare any personal interest in this matter? If not, there are no petitions, there's no public input, and there is no local board input. There are no known extraordinary items, and we therefore come to item number 8, the adoption of recommendations from the Finance and Performance Committee meeting today relating to the recovery budget. I will move that way. Councillor Simpson will second. Are there any questions?
Yes, please, Your Worship.
Councillor Sayers.
Thank you very much. Just around in the earlier F&P meeting, some of the councillors noted their vote against certain items. Probably need to reflect that again in this item. And so my question is there the possibility for us, particularly around 1D, to do that by division, please?
At the earlier meeting, councillors agreed that they would note their disagreement with it. But if you wish to call a division for a formal vote on any of the issues, you are of course entitled to.
I'll do that, Your Honour. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Are there any comments? If not, I'm sorry, Councillor Fletcher.
I apologise profusely because I was not able to be present for the first part of the Finance Committee, but I expressed myself at the Finance Committee on perhaps some of the concerns that I've got, and I don't want to labour the point too strongly here, and I appreciate everything that has been done. I know that the vexed issue of renewals is one that we really need to keep working on, and having led Legacy Auckland City to actually adopt 100% depreciation, I can see the importance of depreciation and the commitment that we collectively have to make to it. I am, however, mindful of the way in which we have an expectation of our public. Some of the debate that I've heard through the 150 odd hours of workshops is, well, we're just not communicating it properly, and we have to show them the value for money. And yes, I understand all of those things, but I sat down last night and thought about it in a very reflective way, and I just want to put on the table, in my own situation, what do I earn here? 100,000 a year, 105, 107,000, something like that. Every 3 months with this budget at 5%, I'm going to have to find $5,000. $5,000. And in the community that I have lived for a long time, there are a lot of people like me who are living on properties. In the case of my own, it is a large property, but it's a quarry face. It can't be developed. It's not one that lends itself nice and flat and we'll just put a whole lot of townhouses on it. And I love it. And I would like to think that I share it in terms of community functions and groups. And but $5,000 every month, it's not just a cup of coffee. It's actually a little bit more. And I know that we have made the provision for rates remission, and it'll look a bit sad, I suppose, if the council is coming along with the rate remission application. But I've been there 42 years, and around me there are a whole range of people. At the time that I bought that house, that area in what was legacy Auckland City was deemed to have the most social deprivation in Auckland. And at that time, Esplanade Road had the highest density of population of anywhere in Auckland. And it's been a remarkably cohesive community where everybody, and perhaps it's just been really reinforced to me today, attending St Barnabas Church, where I have attended, you know, for the last 40 odd years. But all of the people that I know that love that area are all involved in community projects and things. And it's that all-pervading feeling, which is, well, you're jolly lucky to be there, and if you can't afford to stay there, you should cash up and move on. And there's a lot of people who might be perceived to be wealthy on paper, but as we know, as we know, the way in which our rates are based on capital valuation and so forth, but they don't necessarily equate to the income that people have. And what I have a difficulty with here today, by consigning ratepayers to the 5%, and I can understand the impassioned work that we've all put into many a project, and I understand, as I've already told you, that the need that we've got to get that infrastructure in before we see that growth coming into areas. We've got to get ahead of that curve. And that's why I felt so strongly about the unitary plan being staged. But can we consign those people to situations that are just not affordable for them? So for that reason, very respectfully, I would like my vote recorded against the 5%. And I hope that we have the opportunity, and working closely with our CEO as we go into next year's budget, of having a real reset and going, as the Chair of Finance has reminded us on many occasions, we're going to be going out for consultation in a sort of mini LTP going forward, and I look forward to participation in that. But I wonder that we have asked the right questions of our officers. I know our officers have tried very hard, but it comes back to the brief. And has the brief been sufficient to actually take into account the financial circumstances of these terribly uncertain times? And in the case of the young ones that are moving into areas with the prospect of interest rates going up, I mean, it's a muddly old time in the world. If you're an older person, you probably want to see interest rates go up. If you're younger, you certainly don't want to see them going up. I've waffled on long enough. But Your Worship, respectfully, I would ask that my vote, when it comes to that, if we are to have a division, that's fine, I can record it. But in closing, I'd like to thank all of those who've worked so very hard on the LTP and look forward to working on next year's budget.
Thank you. Are there any further comments? If not, I'll put the vote, and I've had a request for a division on A1D. So I'll do it in sections. A1 to C. All of those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. I declare it carried. We have a division called for in A1D, which relates to the 5% average general rate increase for 1 year and 3% thereafter. So I will ask Sandra to record votes on this item.
Councillors, you are voting on A1D. Mayor Goff.
Aye.
Councillor Bartley.
Yes.
Councillor Casey.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Cashmore.
Aye.
Councillor Collins.
4.
Councillor Coombe.
Aye.
Councillor Dalton.
Aye.
Councillor Darby.
4.
Councillor Filipaina.
Aye.
Councillor Fletcher.
No.
Councillor Henderson.
Support.
Councillor Hills.
Aye.
Councillor Mulholland.
4.
Councillor Newman. Councillor Sayers.
Aye.
Councillor Simpson. Councillor Stewart. No. Councillor Walker.
No.
Councillor Watson. No. Councillor Young. That's carried 15 votes to 5.
Thank you. We'll now take A2 through to 14, unless there's any division called on any of those items. I'll put A2 to 14. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. I declare that carried. We come now to paper number 9, which is the adoption of recommendations from the Finance and Performance Committee related to the recovery budget. Those are on the screen in front of you at the moment. There's been no call for a division, so I'll put it on the voices. Oh, sorry, I need a mover and a seconder. Councillor Henderson will move and I'll second. If there's no comment or questions, I'll put the recommendations. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. Carried. We come now to item number 10, the adoption related to Perema public transport targeted rate. I'll move accordingly. Seconded by Councillor Simpson. Are there any questions? Are there any comments? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. Carried. We come to item number 11, which is the adoption of the recommendations from the 25th of May Finance and Performance Committee relating to changes in the urban rating area and rating of farm and lifestyle properties within the urban rating area. Is there a request for a division on that topic, or do you want to do it on voices? Okay, so I'll move it and then ask people who wish to record opposition. All those in favour, please say aye.
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 To the contrary, no. Carried.
No.
And we'll record opposition from Councillors Watson, Sayers, Stewart, Fletcher and Mulholland and Walker. And, sorry, I looked right over you, Councillor Newman. My apologies. Yeah, so it's the same vote as the last time. We come now to item number 12, which is adoption of the recommendations relating to other rates and fees issues. I'll move. Councillor Deputy Mayor Cashmore will second. Are there any questions? Are there any comments? I'll put the recommendations on.
Vote. That can be recorded.
Yep, yes, we can do that in the same way. So I'll put the recommendation and then you can record a dissent on a particular item, which in this case is B, just B, yes, B1. So I'll put it on the voices. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. I declare that carried, and with opposition on B, recorded from Councillors Watson, Sayers, Fletcher and Walker. And I'm sorry, Councillor Stewart as well.
And Mr Chair, if I could also, for consistency, A10, please. Thank you.
And A10, that's fine. That's similar to your vote last time, Councillor. That being the case, we come to extraordinary business. There is none known. I am pleased to declare the meeting closed and thank councillors for their participation and contribution today. And Councillor Simpson for working so hard. I'm not going to use quite the words that she used, but much appreciation to everybody who's contributed today. Thank you.